Welcome to the City Commission Conference Meeting this June 20th, 2023. Thank you for your patience in the late start of this afternoon's meeting. Let us begin the agenda. We start with a communication from the Marine Advisory Board. I see we have a couple of members of the Marine Advisory Board here, and there's a recommendation by the board to request a one-year moratorium on the city issuing any and all waivers for docks, structures, pilings, and or boat lifts extending into the waterway beyond the code on the New River. Is there someone here, you want to speak to this issue and explain to the commission exactly what we're looking for? You or the pup, whichever. Is the mic on?
Thank you. Excuse me. Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, thank you very much. Again, we have, about for the last year and a half, the Marine Advisory Board has been focused on basically impedance to navigation on the New River, and after a great deal of time, discussion with you folks, town attorney, et cetera, we have collectively recommended a one-year moratorium, so we have time, as we said, to kind of take a deep breath. We can reevaluate waivers going forward. This does not impede normal construction on the New River, building permits, et cetera. It is simply a request to stop any waivers going forward so we can, again, take a look at the New River and make sure that we can ensure safe navigation to all commercial vessels, personal vessels, et cetera. And that is the purpose of the request.
Okay. Does anyone have any comments with regard to this? This is mostly District 4, if I'm not mistaken. Do you have any thoughts on this, Commissioner Sturman?
No, we've heard, we've already gotten that presentation.
Okay.
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
You said going forward, when would it be effective? What effective date are you hoping for?
So we are, in looking at, thank you very much for the question. We are looking at the current agenda. We don't have a heavy load right now for July, but basically we're asking for permission to put the moratorium in place ASAP and basically allow us to then work with the town, work with the board, et cetera, to see if we could come up with a solution that makes sense long-term to, again, ensure unimpeded access. But we're basically asking right away. Thank you.
So, Vice Mayor, the moratorium will have to be adopted by ordinance, which would be 2 readings before the City Commission. Our office can work on drafting once we have the go-ahead and bring that forward at the next convenient time available.
Okay, thank you. One other question, please. How many pending waivers do you have at this point?
We do not.
Do not.
We do not. We had, basically, as waivers are presented, they are dealt with. Generally, we've been trying to be very understanding to people who live here. We do not, I don't believe Andrew Cuba is here. Andrew, we do not have any waivers? We do not have anything in front of us right now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A quick question, a couple very quick. I do have a couple quick questions.
Okay, go ahead.
First, there was one waiver that came through, and that we bounced it back to Marine Advisory about that one thing just west of the tracks, and it sounded like the Marine Advisory and the homeowner came up with a compromise, and even though it's not technically there, it sounds like it is working its way through and might come back before the second reading. Are you familiar with what we're talking about?
There are 2 waivers that we dealt with recently that we had turned down that I do believe may come to the commission. Neither of those waivers, well, one of the waivers we had approved, we had approved a waiver that I believe is coming in front of you. There was a waiver on the New River that we had turned down that I believe is planning to come to you via council, et cetera. Again, that was turned down, so there's no reason to think that going forward that should be approved, but there's nothing else hanging out there by any consequence.
Okay, two other things. Mr. City Attorney, we're talking August, so 2 readings will be July, then we recess and come back in August before this is adopted, correct?
No, that would be the next two available meetings, but we haven't started drafting the ordinances yet, and I believe this particular section is in our ULDR and may have to go to planning and zoning as well.
Okay, so at least August, but further than that. And and the it's the whole New River, or geographically, what we were looking at for the moratorium?
So, and thank you for bringing that up, and I'll be happy to follow up again with the actual map. And we did not bring that, to be perfectly frank. We've shown you slides, et cetera. I just didn't want to bother you with that. What we had suggested was not all of the New River, which was recommended to us by you folks back some time ago. So what we are starting with is basically, we call it kind of marker 10. It is right by the Sospira Canal. It is just as you start to make the turn at Coley Hammock. And that way, the beginning of the New River, which we do not see as an issue, is not affected. And this goes all the way up the New River to the Bradford Marine Center and Roscioli, and it stops there. That is the plan.
I would have to see that on a drawing, because I don't think we exactly can visualize that. But what is the consensus of the commission? Is there any appetite to establish a moratorium for 1 year with regard to this section of the New River?
Mayor, I did have a question before we get into that, although I do
Well,
concur.
when you finish your comments, I'd like you to respond to that
Thank
question.
you. Be happy to. So when we met on May 16th with Marine Advisory Board in the joint meeting, we did thoroughly discuss this. But when I look at the June 1st Marine Advisory Board minutes, so I wanted to ask the chair this question, because I noticed that it looked like you folks had started to talk about this at that meeting, June 1st, and then it was recommended, I think, by Vice Chair Harrison that this should remain a topic for every meeting so that you could flesh out the details. Steve, you also had mentioned about 5 points: the formulation of recommended language for the moratorium, identification of the physical boundaries, clarification of the time period of the moratorium, collection of additional feedback from the community, suggestion of how the city commission would handle this issue. And I know that when we had our joint meeting with you, we did talk about more public input. So, Mayor, my question is that just going to be happening at the Marine Advisory Board meetings going forward, or are we going to actually schedule something in addition to that? Because, for instance, if you look further into the June 1st minutes of the Marine Advisory Board, the Vice Chair also talked about defining a lot of this information, including a proposed, the channel, how far a boat may extend into the waterway, 30% rule, among other considerations. He felt the discussion should be strictly limited to safe navigation of the New River, and concluded that action by the city typically occurs slowly, so emphasized the importance of maintaining momentum on the issue. And there's a lot more detail in these June 1st minutes of the Marine Advisory Board, so I just wanted to know what our timeline would be, how we were going to handle this. Are we comfortable?
Well, let's see if there's first an appetite to establish a moratorium.
I have that appetite.
You do have the appetite.
I do.
Okay. How about you, District 4 Commissioner? Do you have an appetite to move forward on a moratorium?
Yeah, I would support the Marine Advisory on that, yes.
Okay. And how about District 1, Mr. Herbst?
Yes.
And Vice Mayor?
Yes, I'd support it.
Okay, so there's a consensus here to support it. Now we have to define it, and I think that's what Commissioner Glassman is talking about. But Mr. Spence, you're indicating that whatever is defined and being proffered has to first go before the Planning and Zoning Board, correct?
Correct.
All right. So what would be the next steps then?
So the communication does not seem to have the details that the chair just mentioned with regards to the mile marker. What I see is just a 1-year moratorium.
Right, but I think you're right. It doesn't have definition, doesn't have a specificity. What would be the next step? Do we have to create that? I mean, Marine Advisory Board doesn't have the expertise to create, the ordinance.
No, our office, once directed by you all, will begin drafting the ordinance and bringing it forward. But I just wanted to make sure we had we were moving forward with a draft that captures the intent
All right, so I see Mr. Dunkel is the assistant city attorney that's is the advisor to that
Yes.
board. So why don't we ask Mr. Dunkel to come up with some language, and then if that works with the Marine Advisory Board, then bring it forward through the Planning and Zoning Board and then before the commission.
Sure. A question, I guess, is that I had forwarded communication that clearly outlined map, et cetera. I'd be happy to do that again to make
No,
sure.
that's
if you haven't
fine.
seen it.
What I was referring to is the actual communication from your board. That is on today's agenda does not have that detail.
So the communication that we sent up to the board was basically, as the mayor had mentioned, was simply asking for the waiver. But again, I'd be happy to follow up with additional
We'll
materials.
be happy to use the materials that you have sent us as the basis for the ordinance. I just wanted to be clear that that was the direction that the board and the commission had for moving forward.
And so, Mr. Mayor, you had also mentioned that Mr. Harrison, in one of our communications, had mentioned leaving it on our agenda every month. The purpose of that is not to discuss the moratorium, but so we can hopefully discuss ideas that we can forward to the commission with some of our thoughts as to what would best benefit the town. One of the things that has been discussed constantly, as you mentioned, is we don't even have a study that shows where the current channel is. So, there's a lot of work that needs to be done, but the Marine Advisory Board is truly available at the City Commission's convenience to help with this project.
Okay, and that's a project going forward, but in terms of establishing the moratorium and defining its boundaries, please work with Mr. Dunkel, who can craft the ordinance, and then in working with Mr. Spence, and then proceed to give it to the Planning and Zoning Board, and then let it come to the commission for a vote.
Okay,
All
very
righty?
good, sir. Thank you very much, all.
Thank you. Okay, CF1, update on Melrose Manor Stormwater Project. Is Mr. Dodd here? Who's going to be making that presentation?
Yes, Public Works will be presenting that. And if IT can queue up the presentation.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. The presentation will be given jointly by Reyes Petreka, who's the Senior Project Manager over our Stormwater Program, and Daniel Suarez, the Vice President for HDR Engineering, which has been working with us on the Melrose Manors Riverland Civic Association project.
Okay, is there anyone from Melrose Manors here in the audience today? I didn't see anybody. Okay. I don't know if they were aware that they were aware. Okay. I know people work, so it's hard to get here. Yeah.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Reyes Petreka. I'm the Senior Project Manager, and we have Daniel Suarez and Juan Carlos Samuel. He's the Project Manager.
Welcome, gentlemen. Welcome.
For Melrose Manor. So the purpose of this is basically give you just a background and then update you on the status. And if we have to come back, from time to time or every commission meeting, we'll be here and putting percentages to these numbers to let you know what our progress is. So just quick background, most of you know this, but it's the entire study is about 660 acres and includes the Melrose Manors and the Riverland Civic Association. Unfortunately, the geography of this area is a little complicated. There's no water close to it, so it's bounded by FDOT roads and Broward County roads on all sides. So whatever implementation we have to do is going to involve some sort of a pumping system that will have to draw down the water and flow to the canal, either the New River or the South Fork. So this is a depiction of the actual area that's going on right now. So as part of this, we have task order number 1 that was issued on February 2023. So this entails the preliminary study phase. So going out there with a survey, LIDAR, which basically bounces beams off the ground and gets a topography of the neighborhood, do an environmental study, and take the old model that was done by our previous consultants, Hazen and Sawyer, update it, and come up with a conceptual design. At this stage, we're still exploring which path we're going to take, what type of infrastructure we're going to be putting in. We do know traditional infrastructure such as exfiltration trenches and simple pipes don't work because when it rains, the water ponds and there's no way to get out. So it will most likely involve some sort of a pumping system. We expect to have this phase completed by summer 2024. And the next presentation that we come to you guys with is going to have a percentage completion. The next phase will be the final engineering and permitting. So once we get a conceptual design, we're going to approach the agencies. Well, we'll be working with the agencies in the meantime as well. But we have to get permission to discharge in the New River, modify the conceptual permit that was done for Dorsey, Riverbend, and the 7 other neighborhoods, and get actual construction permits for the implementation of this. So we expect that to be completed by winter 2025. Once that's complete and we have all permits in hands, we're going to go ahead into the bidding phase. The consultant is going to prepare the bid package. We're going to have to advertise. That's usually a process of about 90 to 120 days, and select the contractor to proceed. And we hope to start construction by 2026. Estimates right now for the duration of construction are about 3 years, 2.5 to 3 years. So this is basically a quick rundown of the different stages. We're still in the beginning. There's a little graphic over there. We just kicked off the preliminary study, and I do have the consultant here if you guys have any more specific questions about this project and where we're at in this stage.
So you're saying that the completion of the project in Melrose Manors and Riverland is going to be in 2029
Yes, between 2028 and
at the
2029.
earliest?
Yes.
I'm sorry. This needs to be extradited to the city manager. How do we expedite this? Because right now, even with the preliminary plans, we're still talking about 3 hurricane seasons and then adding on to the additional time of the year 2029. This needs to be extradited. What can we do to instruct this company to go ahead and move forward with expedition to make it happen yesterday?
Absolutely, and I want to ask HDR the same question. We've asked them to describe anything possible that can expedite this and accelerate the project plans, if you may.
Sure. Daniel Suarez with HDR. One of the things that we're looking in order to expedite this is to have our survey information come faster. I mean, we're still at the data collection phase, which is paramount to getting a good design out and then subsequently a good system. We've broken that into 4 different interim submittals, get those in sooner so we start working on aspects of the design within the neighborhood in phases. And so that's one approach that we're taking. The other approach that we're taking even early on in this process is talking to all the different permitting agencies. We've actually spoken to them already. They're all on board in concept with what we're trying to do, which, as Rares alluded to, was a pumping system which would more than likely outfall into the North Fork of the New River. So we're having all those preliminary discussions up front so that we don't have any surprises down the road. In terms of that, we're looking at expediting our modeling tasks. That's something also that's very important. We are just about finished with that in terms of validating the existing condition models, and then we're going to quickly pivot into modeling the proposed solutions, and we'll do our very best to get through that task and have a design that's functioning as soon as possible. So we're looking at different avenues at this point. One of our biggest concerns, though, is the permitting. Even though we've had these preliminary discussions with them, that tends to be one of the biggest constraints in terms of trying to expedite a project.
So what does all that translate into? What is that bottom
terms of time.
line? Are we shaving off 2 months, 2 years? What do you
I
think the
think-
possibilities are?
Without having gone through this all, I think conservatively at least 6 months. I hesitate to say any more without going through and doing a more thorough analysis, but at minimum 6 months, possibly as much as a year, we can shave off the schedule if we get through the procurement of the next phases, as indicated on those bullets, a little more quickly. So there are some opportunities to expedite it.
If you could identify for me, you refer to the permitting process. You said who are the they that we are having conversations with?
Yeah, Broward County is the primary agency having jurisdiction. They'll have to issue an environmental resource permit, an environmental license, a stormwater management license as well. And then there's some more minor permits, potentially from Florida Department of Transportation, Army Corps of Engineers, in terms of discharging into the river. So those are the main ones.
Okay, so, in regards to that, city mayor, city manager, conversations with, Broward regarding those permits. I hear FDOT and also Army, what was the last one?
Army Corps of Engineers, yes.
Okay. Can we have conversations with them to get them on board to, at least expedite this part of the process? If we can speed that up as well?
Right, yeah, definitely, we're gonna have those conversations to those entities. And I want to also have a conversation with Public Works to see what additional parallel tracks can be done that would perhaps bring a fruition date much earlier than 2029.
Okay. And going back, you stated first regarding surveying, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
What's the process with that, and who all is involved in it, and who could we talk to get this expedited as well?
Yes, we are contracted to do the surveying. We're utilizing a sub-consultant, Manuel G. Vera and Associates. They're doing mobile LiDAR, as Rare's alluded to, which is a quicker way to get the survey. And so what that does, it gets information on the surface. And so we know what the low points are, what other assets are out there. And so our first deliverable is July 21st on that for the northwestern quadrant of the neighborhood. And I'm happy to coordinate any discussions or pass along any messages in terms of how to accelerate the project.
And that's July of this year?
Yes, next
Okay.
month.
All right. And then the modeling task?
The existing condition model, I believe, will be finished by the end of the month. We're having an internal meeting with Public Works next Thursday to discuss that. And then we're going to talk about different options in terms of proposed infrastructure, which will include pump station, how to route the pipeline from the pump station to the river, and look through those alternatives before we, in turn, put it in the model and see what the results are. So that process will probably take another 2 to 3 months.
Okay. Colonel Dodd, I have a question for you as well.
Yes, Commissioner.
We have a meeting, I understand, with Melrose Manor on Monday coming. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Is this the same presentation that's going to be given to the residents of that community?
No, they have a much greater presentation in more depth that they will go
Okay.
through with them.
Okay, because I want to make sure that the questions that we have be answered thoroughly. Okay?
It's frustrating.
It is frustrating. And to understand this has been a lifestyle for residents who have been living in this community 30, they come and they tell us, I've been here 30 years, 40 years, 25 years. And we need to address this and get it taken care of yesterday.
Vice Mayor, I'll work with Public Works Director Dodd, and also I will ask HDR about the potential of fast tracking you mentioned that only one quadrant will be delivered by the end of this month. Is that accurate?
The first quadrant of surveying, yes, that
So
will be
I'm-
delivered in about
So
a month.
I'm going to ask that if all 3 pending quadrants can be done on a parallel basis instead of sequentially. So if we do all remaining 3, what amount of time that can do? And again, I want to caution the commission as well. When we accelerate certain times, some of these projects, the quality also can be impacted. So there's a fine balancing, but as you heard the commission, HCR, you have won the contract. We need to accelerate. We need to look outside of the box and see what we can fast track. And I look forward to working with you and seeing those options before the Monday meeting if possible.
Okay, very good, thank
And
you.
one final comment to that, understanding that they have won the contract, and with the procurement process, I'm trusting that you all are the most qualified for it. So I don't see a problem with you being able to extradite it and do it properly, because otherwise you wouldn't be standing before us. So
You heard her.
let's make it happen.
Understood. We will do our very best to do that. So,
All right.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions on this? Okay, moving on to business one, presentation of water and sewer rate structure. Susan.
Good afternoon, Susan Grant, Assistant City Manager, and I think they'll be updating the presentation that's up there. And while I'm waiting for that, I'll just give you a little more background. There it is. In February, as you know, the comprehensive agreement for the water treatment plant was approved, and since that time, staff has been working on making that plant come to fruition. Alan Dodd and his team have been working on the operations end, and we've had a financing team that's been working on the financing end. Our team includes our bond counsel, our disclosure counsel, our financial advisor who's here today, as well as our rate consultant. So I will introduce Mara Lugo, who's with PFM, and she'll go through, we're going to be presenting 4 different financing strategies that we'd like you to consider. Keep in mind, we started with about 12 different iterations and narrowed it down to 4. So I'm going to let Mara present those, and when she's done, I'm going to roll into what those mean as far as rates going forward. Mara.
Hello, good afternoon. So my name is Mara Lugo. I'm with PFM Financial Advisors. We are the financial advisor to the city. We serve in a fiduciary capacity, and as Susan mentioned, we're here to discuss some of the preliminary financing scenarios that we looked at for the city to fund its obligation for the Prospect Lake Clean Water Center. So I'm usually would be here with Sergio Masvidal, my colleague. Some of you may be familiar with him, but he's on family vacation, so. Diving right into it. Oh, perfect. So yes, when looking at the financing strategies, we obviously know the city has its obligation to fund a portion of the project, and we looked at a way to do so in a cost-effective manner that takes into consideration the impact on ratepayers. So to get into that first is sort of a starting point. This slide just shows the existing debt of the water and sewer system. So there are 4 separate series of bonds currently outstanding, and the main point I want to make here is just where you can see in 2036, the aggregate debt service on an annual basis drops down by about $10 million starting in 2036, and that is a huge component of our strategy when looking at different financing options for the water plant. Just as a briefer, I'm going to try to not get too far into the weeds, but some key terminology that will drive some of the discussion to briefly go over. So 2 concepts are level debt service and wrap debt service. Level debt service is when you take a new money issuance and you structure that and amortize principal to create equal payments over the term. That's illustrated on the top right. Versus a wrap structure where you can amortize principal to sort of wrap around the existing debt service. And what you do there is you create an aggregate debt service for the overall debt of the system. Maximum annual debt service is an important metric that we use, and you'll hear me talk about that a lot. And when I'm talking about MADS, is sort of the name we call it, I'm talking about aggregate MAD, so overall maximum annual debt service of the system. So this slide here, just to go over, just as a refresher of the plan of finance and the financing strategy here. The first part is that enabling works and owner's rep portion. It's going to be about $177 million once you factor in the $12 million that the city has available in a capital reserve. And then you have the water plant portion, which we can break that into 2 components. You have the private sector funding the initial $120 million and some change until November of this year. And then at that point, the city's contribution, which is a total of about $364 million, the city will need to start making its contributions later this year. The bottom graph that sort of shows our the estimated monthly expenditures to build the water plant. So this, and at the very end, I'll show again a summary of the 4 scenarios side by side, but this is sort of an overview before I dive into each one. As Susan said, we've spent several months working with staff to explore various financing scenarios, and just a few baseline assumptions to point out. Each scenario assumes that that enabling works at 171 million is funded through the issuance of Series 2003 A bonds. So we'll call that the A bonds. And then the water plant is funded through 2003 B bonds. The first three scenarios assume we issue those bonds at the same time. But the fourth scenario assumes that we issue part of the water plant this year and then come back next year for another issuance. So that's sort of a phased approach. So I just wanted to point that out, and I can happy answer questions about why we looked at that and the pros and cons.
Anyone have any questions or want to wait till afterwards? Let's wait till afterwards. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. All right, so scenario one, this is a baseline. This is level debt service over a 30-year term. Every year you'll see the payments are due on the bonds are the exact same amount, and they're stacked on top of the existing debt of the system. So it's brown, it might look gray. You can kind of see what that does in an aggregate. And coming back to that MADS, you'll see in the earlier years, your maximum annual debt service hovers around 63 million. So scenario two is sort of the same iteration as scenario one, but instead of 30 years, we actually went all the way out to 40 years. Obviously, by amortizing the new bonds over a longer period of time, your annual payments will go down, but your overall cost of debt, your overall debt service will go up. But you'll see you get a little bit of relief on MADS by those lower payments stretched out for a longer period of time.
But the interest rate is still the same, correct?
Correct.
For the full term.
Correct.
Okay.
We've assumed it is.
Well, the bonds that we signed for this have a stated interest rate, right?
Yes, and those would be fixed rate bonds.
Right.
Correct. Yes, both scenarios assume the same interest rates. Yeah, you'd probably pay a little more in that last 10 years just by going out longer. But that's, deeper in the weeds. But yes, as far as interest rate assumptions, the same rates.
All right. Well, I don't know what's going to happen in 30 years.
Yeah.
I won't be here to make those decisions. But and obviously, if the market is better, we could always refinance. So those options are always available to us, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
One other assumption is that all of our analysis assumes the standard 10-year par call. So after 10 years, the city could refinance the debt. So jumping into scenario three, this is where we go from level to wrap debt service. And if you look in the graph, you'll see that some of these longer yellow bars and orange bars sort of later out. This illustrates that wrap structure, and we take advantage of that drop down that starts in 2036. And what this does is you'll notice aggregate MADS drops to 57 million, which is a delta of about 6 million. And I keep coming back to this aggregate MADS figure because it drives, it's a very critical metric. It can drive credit ratings, which can influence your cost of funds. And it obviously directly ties into the rate covenant, which it sounds like Susan will get into, and the actual rates that ratepayers will pay for this project. So scenario three, like the first two, we assume the A and the B bonds are issued at the same time. But instead of level, it's a wrap structure over 30 years. And then digging into four, you'll see this is that phase issuance, and you'll see that with the orange, sort of the 23B bonds, we split that into assuming, you issue part of that 364 million this year, and then you go back and you issue the remainder in 2024. By using a wrap structure, you do get a little bit of MADS relief. So you'll see aggregate MADS actually drops down to about 56.5 million. But you also introduce several risks, including, what's most important here is rate risk. We don't know what rates are even going to be like next year. But we do know that the city needs to fund this project, and they need to lock in their cost of funds. So our ultimate recommendation is scenario three. And I can, this slide and the next one sort of show everything side by side in different ways. This one here, I'm going to start with all in TIC. That is your true interest cost. That tells you what the overall cost of the debt will be. And you'll see that they're all within about 25 basis points of one another, so they're close. But when you drop down to the last line, you see MADS, and that's where you see a wider range. Oh, there we go. Okay, so this summary here sort of shows the same information, but it's in a bit of a more visual format. And if you look at the top right, this shows MADS as we project in our scenarios over the next 3 fiscal years. So, which again, drives that impact on ratepayers. So if you look at scenario 4, there's a bit of a step up, but if interest rates go up by more than, say, 100 basis points, that blue line is actually much higher in the future. We just don't know, and that's what really drives our recommendation for the city to proceed with scenario 3, because it balances the objective of, you know, mitigating that impact on ratepayers while preserving future flexibility for the system and letting the city lock in its cost of funds today. Does anyone have any questions? I think that sort of concludes it. I try to keep it high level.
Does that conclude your presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Anyone have any questions with regard to the presentation that was made today? Okay, there being none, thank you so much.
Thank you. So I'll turn it over to Susan, and she'll get into the rate impact here.
Thanks, Mara. I appreciate it. Okay, well, we're getting the next Exhibit 2 should be coming over, and then I'll give you a summary here. There we go. Okay, can everyone see that on your screens? So this presents a summary of those 4 scenarios. In addition, the top row shows, hey, if we weren't going to build a water plant at all, so it's kind of a baseline. What would rates increase by? And we're looking here at a 10-year period. Even though we know the debt is 30 years, the water plant, once it's commissioned, is 30 years. But anything, once you get past 10 years, it really does lose a lot of the value. So we're looking here and saying, hey, if we don't build a water plant over the 10-year period, rates would increase 34.2%. In that next scenario, and we have backup for each of these, in that next scenario, which was the level, you can see that over the 10-year period, 139% rate increase, with heavier increases in years 1 and 2. So 22.5 in years 1 and 2, going down to 9 and 9, and then leveling off at 5. The one thing to talk about is after the 10-year period, what you will see in scenario 1, because it comes down, that $10 million decrease, that 5% becomes a lower number in years 11 through 30. Then scenario 2 is that 40-year level debt service. Again, has a lower impact on rates, but not much. If you look in years 1 and 2, you're at 21% instead of the 22.5 or 135 over the course of the 10 years. Certainly not our recommendation, but we wanted to make sure we presented that to you just as a point of reference more than anything. As Mara said, the scenario that we would recommend, because it presents the balance between how much we pay, and as we will talk about when we have the summary there, it is $100 million over the course of the 30 years more for this, but you'll see that the impact on rates in that shorter term is less, with 17 and 17 in years 1 and 2 going down to 12.5 and then stabilizing at the 5. And then finally, the wrap debt service. We lose a little bit on that front end at 15 and 15, but as Mara said, there's some interest rate risk associated with that second issue. One thing to point out, when we were first making the presentations about the water plant, we were anticipating that that 10-year increase would be about 140%. Right now, we're looking at numbers that are lower than that, and one of the main drivers on that is the next $200 million of water and sewer debt related to the consent order. Our initial projections were it was going to be more water-centered than sewer-centered, and we've had to reallocate that, and more of that debt is being allocated to the sewer portion of those rates. So let's go to the next slide. This basically shows some detail as it relates to the base scenario. With those 3% increases in the water. Let me go here.
So Susan, These numbers are a little scary, so let's put some real numbers attached to it, okay?
Okay.
So in scenario 3, which is what you're recommending, if someone's current water bill per month, just the water, is $50, right? So in 10 years, it's going to go up to about $120.
So if you look on this scenario, if you want to isolate water, the current water bill is for a 5,000 per month gallon
Right.
person is $30.46
Right.
per month. That will increase to $70.71 per month. So we
In
have
10 years.
in 10 years,
Yeah,
correct?
it's not, it can happen, graduated increase, correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Also,
I'm sorry, Mayor.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
If we could, you use $30. Let's use a real figure that I know the average water bill right now is like $135.
Well, that's you want to explain what that
Yeah,
is?
so that would be a complete water bill, which would include
Not a complete water bill, complete
utility bill.
Utility bill.
So that would include the water bill, the sewer bill, the utility tax, as well as about $45 for
Garbage collection.
garbage collection. So here we're looking at the combined water and sewer of being 81, and it going from, or 82 to 91 in that first year under this scenario, or $9.82 a month increase.
And year 10, that would look like what?
And in year 10, so it would be the cumulative, so it's going from 82 to 164 by year 10.
So it's going to go up about $7 or $8 might do a year? Is that what?
Yeah, I mean, on average, the delta from year to year is about there.
$7 a month per
Yes.
year. Right. And also, your first scenario, your no water plant scenario, that assumes that there'd be no capital investment over that time period on an aging plant. Is that correct?
That is correct. So that assumes that we're not, no, there's the regular maintenance is
Right.
already
But in terms of
included in that.
capital investment,
Yeah,
and that's
that's
the whole
not there.
point of doing this is because we
Yeah.
have an aging plant that needs to be
Yeah.
replaced.
And what we were trying to demonstrate with that is that the water rates would go up as a result of inflation, the cost of chemicals, the cost of electricity, with or without a water plant. So you might want to say, hey, about 34% of that increase would have happened anyway. So at that point, you're looking at just that doubling, the 100% increase.
Quick question to that. So you're not anticipating any capital improvements at the existing 5-ash plant, and you're not anticipating any capital improvements in Peel-Dixie over the next 10 years?
So this, what it does is it takes the 10-year forecast and simply takes out the debt service and the availability payment. So any of the capital, the $200 million tranches of water and sewer bonds are included in this. And any of the pay-as-you-go capital is also included in this. So all this does is pull out the water plant and the enabling works.
You may continue.
Okay, so this was no water plant scenario. This again has that detail that we summarized for scenario 1 with the water increase there of 139. This is scenario 2, which is the 40-year, which we don't recommend, but again, we wanted to show you that as a point of reference. This is the 30-year wrapped. Here's the phased 30-year wrapped. And I think that's it. We might want to, if you'd like, go back to the previous presentation, if we can. And I'd just like to get to, thank you. Let's find it. I'm trying to get to slide there. So this is a side-by-side comparison that Mara showed you of each of the scenarios. So just again, this shows you what the maximum debt service is, which drives those rates in the short term, and then the total debt service over the life of the bond in 30 years. And Mayor, as you said, most of these will have that, or all of these will have that 10-year par call that we'd be able to refinance after year 10, which is when there's that drop-off. So we may be able to, levelize that after the 10 years. So anyway, we'd like to get some feedback from you. And then just next steps would be during the month of July on everyone's water bill. It will announce the public hearing dates for first and second reading. That will happen in September. Again, we'll have first and second reading of those rate ordinances. And new rates would be effective October 1. And an important thing to note is that we would need to have a rate structure in place in order to issue the debt.
Okay, anyone have any questions of Susan? Again, this is a lot of information for us to digest. Anybody from the commission can certainly contact Susan or anyone from her office after the meeting to answer any questions or get any clarity on these numbers.
So are you asking for questions or comments at this point, Mayor?
Whichever.
Okay.
Go
So,
ahead.
obviously had a discussion with staff regarding this, so I will give you my perspective on it. So what you've been presented with essentially are two different, so one, the 30-year level debt, the other one is a 30-year wrap debt. 30-year level debt is essentially the same as a mortgage. You're paying the same amount every month while you amortize that out. The other one is designed to, as Susan pointed out, keep rates a little bit lower in the short term, but they're going to be higher in years 3 and 4. So you get a free pass. Free, I use that word somewhat subjectively. But you get a pass in years 1 and 2, and you pay for it in years 3, 4, and thereafter. And to the tune of $100 million more. So this is an extraordinarily expensive plant that we're
Are
paying
you saying
for.
that's the wrapped version?
Yes, the wrap version.
Yeah.
So the whole idea with the wrap version is we have existing debt out there, and we are simply wrapping the current debt around it.
Right.
So that the total payments stay roughly about the same, but the portion that's going towards the new debt is much lower in the early years because we're paying on the existing debt. Once the existing debt falls off, then we can start contributing more towards the new debt.
Right.
The upside of that is, again, lower rates in the first couple of years, but it results in higher rates through the life of the bond issue and results in a total overall increase in cost to the plant of $100 million. This is not an insignificant amount. The other side of it is, yes, we pay more for years 1 and 2, but in the long run, it's going to be a lot cheaper for everybody. So as we look at this, I know it's not an easy decision. Certainly, there's always a desire to keep the rate increases as low as possible for the residents. But I think you also have to look at it at total cost. So a lower rate increase in years 1 and 2 is offset by a higher rate increase in years 3 and 4. So my recommendation, and I've shared this with staff, is that it's the total life cycle cost that I think we really need to be focusing on, not just trying to save money in years 1 and 2, but we've got to look at this as the total cost of the plant. And the total cost of the plant in order of magnitude of an additional $100 million, I think is something that we shouldn't ignore.
So are you recommending scenario number 1?
I am.
Okay.
Yeah, the 30-year level debt service. Again, I understand this will be a little bit more money up front, but I'd rather see us bite the bullet in years 1 and 2 in exchange for having lower rate increases going forward so that we're not hitting people with more money in years 3 and 4. If you look at the charts, you'll see that the rate increases in the out years are higher under the wrap debt than they would be under level debt. So there's an old expression, the tin-staffel theory, there's no such thing as a free lunch. So we can't get lower rate increases in years 1 and 2 without having to pay for it down the road.
So in the wrapped version of your scenario 3, in 2024 and 2025, it goes up to 16%. In scenario number 1, it goes up to 22%. But then in 26, in scenario number 1, it drops down to 8.5% versus 12% in scenario 3. And then it stays at 12% the next year, and then it drops in 2028 to 5%. Which is kind of the same that's happening in scenario number 1, except in scenario number 1, it goes to 8.5% instead of 12%. So you're right. You're definitely paying more the first 2 years, and then it drops down more significantly in scenario number 1.
Right, you could almost look at it as prepaying some of the expenses. You
Right.
pay a little bit more up front.
You're bundling it up at the front.
Right, and this is no different. If you want to use a very simplistic version of, for people with their mortgages, if you pay your mortgage twice a month, you cut 10 years off the total life of your mortgage, and you save yourself substantial amount of interest costs, because early years in, you're mostly paying interest. In the outer years, you're paying down more of the principal. This is really no different than that. So the more money you're contributing towards principal in the early years, the less you're going to be paying overall in interest.
Okay. Anyone else have any comments?
I just wanted to hear a little clarification. Susan, I thought I heard, maybe I'm mistaken, that we were, scenario 3 was being recommended to us?
Yeah.
Now, staff was recommending scenario 3, and we also, I didn't mention, brought this to the infrastructure task force and the budget advisory board and asked them for their input as well. Infrastructure task force liked the 3 for the reasons of everyone recognized that over the term of the loan it would be more money. However, because of the impact on rates, they like that. They did make some recommendations to us that we will implement as soon as we get some feedback from you, and that's lots of communication and education, providing a calculator on our website so people can see exactly what the impact would be, let them know what they're getting for this increase in rates as far as a new water plant, the automated meter reading, et cetera, and that it was less than the original. So that's the feedback we got. Brian is here to tell you what BAB thought about it, if that would be the appropriate time.
I do. I want to hear, though, I want to hear your take on what we just heard from Commissioner Herbst.
Okay. And can we get back to whoever's holding this, if we could get back to Exhibit 2, Slide 1?
So in year 24
There
and
you go.
25, it's a significant jump in either scenario, but the jump in scenario 3 is less than in scenario 1.
So during the 10-year period, the cumulative increase, financing scenario 3 is still less than 1, so 132 versus the 139. However, given the fact it is a 30-year mortgage loan, and that does skew in year 11 to 30 because of that drop-off in scenario 1 that you would get as a result of the existing debt going down 10 million. So where you see the 5% going across, coming in year 11, we would expect financing scenario 1 to be less than that 5%, and that scenario 3 would continue at 5%. So over the 30-year life, the increases related to scenario 1 will be less than 3, but during the 10-year period, which we have here in the rate structure, scenario 3 has that lower increase over that 10-year period.
Did that answer your question?
Yes, thanks. I'm looking forward to hearing what Budget Advisory Board has to say. Thanks.
Yeah, right. And as Greg just reminded me, at 10 years, we do have the opportunity to recalibrate through refinancing, and we've done that many times. So the minute debt is available to refinance, we look at it and analyze it. Again, no guarantees on that, but that's something that would be available to us.
Under any option, though, so I don't want that to make it seem like that
right.
is
Yes,
an
any option.
option-specific
Yeah.
benefit.
Yes.
We look at that continuously.
Yes.
This is what our financial advisors do for us, is they constantly bring back opportunities for advanced refundings of any of our outstanding issues.
Yes. And Mara has one more point.
One more point. So RAP scenarios are really common in water and sewer structures, and part of that is the flexibility, and perhaps I should have spoken to that more, but you're looking at that first 10 years, you got to put interest somewhere, whether you're putting it on the back end or the front end. You're going to have debt service. So if you think about the future capacity of the system and issuing more debt over the next 10 years, the more you drive up that MADS figure, the more you start to impact not just rates, but also credit metrics, and that can then drive your cost of funds. So everything, is interwoven. And so I just wanted to point that out because that wrap structure, it really does offer flexibility for the system, and it has other non-financial benefits.
That's true, but we're not in a position where we're looking at an excess burden from a debt capacity issue. So you do see that in other systems that are more debt burdened than we are.
Yeah.
We're a very low debt burden system, comparatively speaking,
Yeah,
than
only
some
4
of them.
series, yeah.
So I've been involved with wraps before, and usually we do wraps when we're at capacity. From a debt issuance issue. So we're trying to keep that low now, and then we backload it. So it's front loading versus backloading. And generally, it's been my experience, you backload when you don't have capacity right now. And so it's really your only option. And I don't believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, that we're in that scenario right now. We're not overly debt burdened with our systems.
Yeah, I mean, you're rated highly. It's also just sort of keeping that flexibility, or that preserving that for, the unknown.
That's good. And what we'd hope to get from you today is some feedback as far as which scenario to proceed with, so we could start drafting those rate ordinances and start with those communication plans.
Do we have any other questions for Susan? Okay, we're going to allow for the advisory board from the budget to come.
Thank you, Brian Donaldson, Chair of the Budget Advisory Board. As I mentioned in our joint meeting earlier, we did have at our last meeting the same presentation. My first reaction was exactly what Commissioner Herbst just mentioned, looking at the $100 million extra that the citizens of this city will pay over the next 30 years. However, once we had a lot of discussion, the vote came out that the majority felt that not to shock the citizens with the first 2 years with a higher rate. But I think, there were two different points. Either way, there is a big increase. But the vote did come down to going with scenario 3, which is what staff had recommended, even though that we knew that the citizens would be paying $100 million more over 30 years, just so that we could get a lower rate structure at the beginning. So that's how the vote came out, but it is a significant difference in amount. We also asked about additional, we know that this isn't the only number up there, and so we really question as to if we're going to continue doing the additional $200 million, and I believe it was in 23 and 20, or 26 and 29 that they put into the projections. So that's how the vote came out. But it really, the city, as Susan just mentioned, they do need your feedback as to number 1 or 3 before the July 5th meeting, so that they can go through and get that rate structure published to the citizens and be able to get that in place for October 1st.
Brian, was that a close vote, or was it, can you tell us what the vote was?
It was unanimous because then I voted last, and so I went with the majority.
Okay, thank you.
Well, I think there's going to be sticker shock either way.
There's going to be sticker shock either way.
And the question is, do we bite the bullet the first couple of years and just deal with it, knowing that we're saving $100 million, which is a lot of money over, even if it is over 30 years, it's still a lot of money that we don't have to pay. So there's merit to that suggestion. That's so I'm just wondering why the Budget Advisory Board would have recommended spending more money, since I know how tight you are when it comes to fiscal responsibility.
As I said, I wanted a unanimous vote. I went to the last, but I'm not one of the 5. So we narrowed it down very quickly to neither 1 or 3. And there was a lot of discussion, and the majority, as it turned out, we went with a unanimous decision on 3. If I had to revote today, I would probably go with 1, personally.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments with regard to this? So what is the consensus now of the committee? Do you want us to give you any feedback right now, or do
You
you
know,
have
if you
more to
can,
discuss?
if you can, that would be great, again, because we have a lot of work to go
Okay.
as far as drafting the rate ordinances, et cetera, if that works with the group.
I personally would go along with the recommendation of scenario number one, because I do believe in saving more money for the city. I do believe that while there will be sticker shock, it's something that the difference is not so difficult to accept. I don't know, Commissioner, Vice Mayor, what are your thoughts on this?
The sticker
It's a
shock,
tough- it's a tough
it's very,
yeah.
very tough. But overall, to save $100 million, I think we will be definitely being good stewards over taxpayers' money. This initial interest rate increase is going to be hard to bite, but overall, I do believe that scenario one would save the city overall $100 million.
Yes.
$100 million. $100 million. Okay.
Commissioner Glassman?
Yes, I agree. I just think it's a very significant number, and I understand what staff's thought was and the Budget Advisory Board in terms of just trying to lessen that shock for the first few years. But I think that I think that we would be better stewards if we did go with the scenario number one for the 30 years debt service. Thanks.
Commissioner Sturman?
Unanimous.
Okay.
Very good. Thank you
There
so
you go.
much.
All right. So moving forward, we're on to business 2, presentation on the Strategic Historic Preservation Plan. Is Trish here? There she is.
Hello, good afternoon, Mayor and Commissioners. I'm Tricia Logan from Urban Design and Planning, and I'm here to give you an overview of our Strategic Historic Preservation Plan that was finalized last year in the fall of 2022. And it was funded by the Florida Department of State Division of Historic Resources, a small matching grant that was provided to us. And through that grant, we did hire a consultant to help us prepare it, the Craig Group. And this was also identified as one of the first goals of our comprehensive plan. So it was something that we identified in the comprehensive plan and then took steps to apply for a grant to obtain funding to pursue that. And the plan itself does outline what the opportunities and the challenges of historic preservation are within the city of Fort Lauderdale, and then helps to chart a path forward for historic preservation, identifying a vision and goals and action items. So as part of the preparation of the plan, the first step was that we took a community values survey. And this was done last February. It was prepared by the consultant, and it included a variety of questions just to understand how the community placed historic preservation within their own values as a community. And we did get a lot of feedback from that, so it was very helpful in laying out the rest of our program. And we then proceeded to have a couple of one in-person event and one virtual event that provided more education, but also an overview of what the feedback was that we initially obtained. And this was advertised through a variety of ways so that we could have the maximum number of participants in that process. Following that, we did do some follow-up interviews with some of the key stakeholders, and we ultimately drafted the draft plan, including the goals, objectives, and action items that we would use moving forward. So as part of that initial community value survey, 4 different goals were identified as part of the proposed plan. And on the left-hand side of the screen is an order of the goals in which the survey prioritized what we should focus on as part of the plan. But then following the second survey, those goals were kind of shifted. And part of that was due to the fact that we did have a number of outreach events, more materials and education were provided along the way. So a final version of the plan is now available on our website. It does include multiple chapters. It includes a history of historic preservation in Florida and the city of Fort Lauderdale. It also includes that assessment of what our opportunities and challenges are within the city for historic preservation. And then ultimately the last chapter lays out the plan, which does include those 4 goals, 11 different objectives, and 39 different action items. So this lays out the different goals that are included in the plan and a very short summary of the different objectives. These are described further within that chapter 6 to go into further detail of each of those sub-objectives. And then within each of the goals are different action items. And each of the action items are prioritized. There's different levels depending on what kind of activity has been identified. So there's several that are ongoing that will be continuous through the plan's life, which is intended to be over the next 5 to 10 years. And then we have near-term, mid-term, and long-term goals identified as well. So over the next couple of slides, I'll go into a little bit more detail about each of these goals. The first goal is resilience, and just as an example of one of the resilience activities in the near term that we're looking to achieve is to develop a toolkit that will be available on our website that will give just information and links to additional resources to help historic property owners understand how to prepare better for flooding and other natural disasters. And this can be helpful for other community members as well, not just those who are designated historic. An example of one of the longer term activities is to hold a design workshop in partnership with some of our universities that are in the area and other experts in resilience that work within historic properties to understand what properties could look like if they were to be elevated or flood-proofed, and what those design opportunities are and what's appropriate for historic buildings. And then goal 2 is architectural resource surveys, and this coincides with more of an ongoing effort, which is the city architectural resource survey citywide. And it's something that has been ongoing for the past several years. It has been an initiative where we have applied for multiple grants that have been obtained. We have conducted surveys of over 10 neighborhoods so far. We're in the process of finalizing 2 different neighborhoods right now, and we just were notified that we will be getting funding for 2 additional neighborhoods for the next fiscal year for the state. So it's an ongoing initiative that ideally will ultimately result in a citywide survey.
You want to let us know what those 2 neighborhoods are?
The current ones?
Yeah.
So the current ones that we're working on right now are Riverside Park and Rio Vista, and that should be completed within the next month. And for next year, it's Dorsey River Bend and South Middle River. And we've submitted another application for fiscal year 25 as well. And that would be Coral Ridge and a couple of other neighborhoods surrounding it. And then on the same topic, another initiative that is something that has actually been completed or partially completed is to work towards some of our archaeological initiatives. So we had an educational event in Archaeology Month in March where we were at Rivermont, the archaeological site in Sailboat Bend, and set up a scavenger hunt for the neighbors and just tried to educate everyone on what the significance and importance of that site is. So it's just a first step in what that site could be educationally. And we have ordered a marker for that site as well. So to really try to to promote the archaeological significance of the city of Fort Lauderdale. And moving on to...
Any dinosaur bones yet? No?
No.
No? Okay.
We have not discovered those.
You haven't gone back that far? Okay.
No. So on goal 3, that's related to policy, and one example of an initiative that we're working on is an update to the Sailboat Bend Historic District Ordinance. And this is to update the text within that ordinance, specifically the material and design guidelines, which were implemented when the district was formed in the early 90s and has not been updated since. So it would just bring it more into alignment with the rest of our historic preservation ordinances, but also align it with our recently updated architectural resource survey, where we've identified properties as contributing and non-contributing. Another goal within the policy section is for incentives, and we've made a lot of progress over the last several years in implementing new historic preservation incentives. There's been at least 6 new incentives that have been approved by the City Commission in that time period, and we're looking to identify further ways we can incentivize historic preservation, but it is difficult. And it's something that we did recently provide a commission memorandum on outlining what we have existing right now and the potential for the future. And then moving forward to goal 4, which is education. One example of a current effort that we're preparing for is a training session for the Historic Preservation Board, and this would be conducted by the National Alliance of Preservation Commissions, which is a nonprofit organization that does specialize in providing training to preservation commissions. So that'll be a really great opportunity for our board to get that exposure, and that's scheduled for September, so just a couple months away. And another example is a sign education program that we've applied for a grant for the Sailboat Bend Historic District. So that grant was just applied for just about a month ago, and that funding, if the grant is awarded, would not be applied until July 1st of next year. But it would provide some level of education through a signage program to be installed throughout the district. At this point, we've shared the plan with multiple groups. So we've shared this with the Sailboat Bend Civic Association, the Council of Fort Lauderdale Civic Associations, and other historic preservation stakeholders or interested parties, those who participated in some of our events. And now we're sharing it with you. We've also shared it with the Historic Preservation Board.
How about the Historic Preservation Board?
Yes, we did share it with the Historic Preservation Board. We did a presentation for them a couple of months back. We also presented to the Planning and Zoning Board, I think in January. So you are our last stop.
Okay.
Yeah. And moving forward, we would be monitoring the progress of the plan and what has been, what we have done and what we are working on currently. We would like to schedule this eventually for a resolution for your consideration for adoption, so that would be, this would be an official document that we would be working off of. But other than that, that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any other questions.
Okay, great. Anyone have any questions of Ms. Logan?
Mayor, I had a couple of comments and maybe just one question.
Okay.
So first of all, Tricia, thank you so much, and thank you to the Historic Preservation Board. You know, and this is probably for the benefit of some of us that are a little bit newer on the commission, but over the last 5 years, there have been very significant changes made to the historic preservation ordinances, and I think we've done a really good job in trying to make historic preservation designations less onerous on the owners of historic properties. I know that we've seen a lot of help given to the folks in Sailboat Bend, which is our only, correct me if I'm wrong, our only residential historic district in the city of Fort Lauderdale. And I know that they appreciate it. They appreciate things being done administratively, not having to always go to the Historic Preservation Board with small issues, even the cost of going to deal with something on their homes has been eliminated. In other words, we've really, I think, worked hard to make historic preservation something that's attainable and yet not painful for an owner of a historic property. And I look forward to further work on that, because I still think there are other things we have to do. You mentioned incentives, and that's something I wanted to mention because I think that we still have to strive. I know you said it's difficult, but we have to, I think, figure out ways to do more, especially for non-commercial properties, just to be able to, to help even further and to make sure that folks understand what those incentives are. I'm also very pleased with the increase of historic resource surveys throughout our city. I just think that so much has been accomplished, and I just wanted to say thank you. And I look forward to more being accomplished, because as our city ages, and our historic resources lessen, and we are inclined to just easily demolish things, I think it's important that we take a step back and we try and figure out what physical manifestations of our history should be passed on to future generations, so that folks can understand our architectural history, all the different styles of design, the importance of a variety of architects throughout our history, and we do have that history. And I think that as we age, it is important. I also know that that's a very big point for folks that travel around the country. Cultural tourism, historic preservation tourism is also a very large component of the tourism industry. So when we're able to promote all of those accomplishments in our city and promote places like Stranahan House, Bonnet House, even to a lesser degree some of our private residences, that really can be an economic benefit for the city. This commission did include historic preservation on our goal-setting workshop this past January. So we do recognize the importance of that. And Again, I wanted to say thank you. I understand you also have a new staff person, which is great, because the Historic Preservation Board, month after month, for so many months, has said we need more help. Things are getting a little bit busy. Trish could just use a little help. So I understand we have that help now, and I'm thrilled that she's on board. Again, I would just want to say thank you, and I'm looking forward to fleshing this out a little bit more even. I did take a look at everything on the website. It looks great. And this is really a good framework for us to move into the future with what it is we want to accomplish regarding historic preservation. So thank you to you, Trish. Thank you to staff. Thank you to the Historic Preservation Board. Thank you, Mayor.
And thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Herbst.
Tricia, in the outreach that you were doing and the folks that you were consulting, were you also talking to people in, say, the real estate industry? Were you talking to the Realtors Association? Were you talking to Broward Alliance, Downtown Development Authority, Las Olas Association, folks that are going to, see their property values impacted, some positively, some negatively by some of this activity. So where are we looking outside of our own, sort of internal navel gazing?
Yeah, when we worked with the consultant, they advised staff on which groups to reach out to or which types of groups, and we assembled a list, and that list was utilized throughout the process to communicate the activities that were going on and the progress being made and the opportunities to provide feedback. So, of course, the Downtown Development Authority was included. All the civic associations were included. Riverwalk. There's further, but I don't have the list.
If you could provide that to me, I'd like to see that just so I understand who the various groups that are likely to be impacted in an economic way about this work. It's one thing to look at this from a philosophical perspective and say, I like cultural things, I like the arts, I like historical preservation. It's another thing to think that, my investment is going to be affected by this, and so I want to make sure that we're looking at folks that have a financial interest in the decisions that we're making as well. One of the things I do find a little concerning is the thematic districts. I struggle with that. I certainly, look, I lived up in Jacksonville, which has Springfield, which is one of the largest historic districts in the country. I spent a lot of time up in Savannah, which is also one of the largest historic districts in the country. And I've enjoyed living in those environments because of the feeling that it creates when you've got that, you know, sort of very consistent housing style that has been maintained in an area, usually because of economic deprivation that has created a lack of ability for people to redevelop their properties. Certainly that's what happened to Savannah after the Civil War. It's what happened to Jacksonville in the 60s when we started seeing, you know, some of the economic changes that took place up there, people going out to the suburbs, and the inner downtown urban core was allowed to deteriorate. It actually saved the houses. So interesting sort of approach with that. But I know when we start talking about the thematic district, I find that one a little bit more troubling because, you know, you have scattered sites now that are spread out throughout the city. They're not contiguous. They don't have that impact that you look at when you're talking about, you know, creating a sense of place. And so I struggle with that one. We can have continuing conversations about that. I also worry, though, too, when we do the surveys. You know, I've sat through 2 decades of listening to folks come up when they're, you know, looking to do something with their properties, and we always refer back to these various surveys, and we say, well, the property's on a survey, therefore it must be maintained. And I know that's not exactly what the survey is intended to accomplish. I know that is not the goal of the survey, but I've often heard the surveys brought up as a convincing factor for why something should be declared historic. So I just, I'm cautious about that too when we're doing these surveys, that they don't become de facto restraints against people being able to do things with their property simply because it made it onto a survey. So.
Okay.
Mayor, I just wanted
Wait,
to.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I think the Vice Mayor wanted to speak.
Sorry. Go ahead.
This is very intriguing to me. I am one who enjoy watching and seeing things that have been preserved over the years. Specifically in District 3, we do have a challenge with being able to identify those particular homes, buildings, businesses, because of what has happened due to items and locations being demolished. However, what I do want to hear about is these 10 neighborhoods that were identified, and I understand you did name Dorsey River Bend as well. And I want to see moving forward how we too could be a true component of this opportunity. I hear of the surveys, and you said that advertisement was given. And when I get the opportunity, I remind any speaker and the dais with me sitting here that the way that we reach out to District 3 has to be strategic. A lot of times there's not necessarily the opportunity via broadband, internet, those types of advertisements. So I need you to keep in mind moving forward that the type of advertisement, that old-fashioned door-to-door, that flyer, hand-delivered, whatever we need to do to get it out, because historic Dorsey River Bend is a historic area, along with other areas in District 3. When you go south of Davie Boulevard and Sunset and Riverland and those areas there, and we want to be a part of that process. I do have a question regarding the grants that have been given. How much is that grant that is given and how often?
The grants are typically $50,000, but could be less. And over the past 5 or 6 years, I've been applying each year for the Architectural Resource Survey, and in the past couple of years, applying for a Heritage Education grant as well to coincide with that. So, so overall, I think we've been awarded so far about $160,000.
Okay.
And then with the most recent announcement with the adoption of the state budget, we were notified that we were identified, our grants that we applied for fiscal year 24 have been included in that. And so that would be an additional $100,000, but 2 $50,000 grants.
Okay.
And so it's about every year.
Okay, so 50,000. City manager, is that a funding that is matched through the city, or is it solely?
No, that's what we get from the state, right?
Yeah, we get it from the state.
That's
and-
because we're a certified local government. We have no required match for any of these state grants because we are a designated CLG.
Okay, thank you for that clarity. Two other questions. We have the cemetery, Woodland Cemetery, and then also there's a park. I don't know the address, but it's directly behind the Salvation Army's thrift store on 18th and Broward. That particular site there, designated as a park, historic site. What advertisement, what funding has been gone to highlight those particular areas in our preservation plan?
So North Woodlawn Cemetery is locally designated as a historic site, and it's
Yes.
also listed on the National Register of Historic Places. There's also a state historic marker there. The park behind the Salvation Army, I don't believe is designated, but it would be included as part of the Dorsey River Bend survey next year.
Okay.
And there's an initiative that the Historical Society has underway to look at Black history within our community. And so a lot of their efforts that they're working on right now, as far as collecting histories, I think they've hired an archivist or a historian that specializes in that topic to prepare some materials for their museum.
Okay.
So that is going to be integral for us next year as we move forward with our research, because we understand the nature of Dorsey River Bend, and that will include some properties along Sistrunk as well.
Yes.
So we're very excited to do
Yes,
that.
Dorsey River Bend and the other surrounding communities, yes. Thank you. And I look forward to future conversations with your unit.
Yep, and I would just like to add that a lot of this, the basis of it is for education of the community. It's not just designation.
Thank you. Commissioner Glassman, did you want to add
Yes,
something?
thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to concur with Vice Mayor. You know, and just a short anecdote. Years ago, I don't know if you remember when Mosaic was working with the CRA. I made several presentations to them. I tried really hard. This was before I was serving in this capacity, but I was actually working with the Broward Trust for Historic Preservation. I tried so hard to convince them to look at the word historic, not just as a word, but actually to apply it to the Sistrunk corridor and to see what we could do with regards to federal Main Street grants. I thought that there were so many opportunities that we could have done, designating properties such as the Eula Johnson House and really looking at the entire corridor, but I just was not successful in getting traction at that time from the City Commission or from the CRA, but I think there's so much we can do there, especially with what Tricia just said in terms of education. It doesn't always have to be about specific historic designations of properties. As you said, we've lost a lot. There's been a lot demolished there. But I still think that that shouldn't discourage us from trying to do the right thing in terms of just the education component at least. Also, Commissioner Herbst had mentioned the thematic districts. We will have a chance to discuss that. That's an agenda item this evening. So we will get into that, I'm sure. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? A couple of people have signed up to speak. Thank you, Tricia.
Thank you.
So much. We'll start. It's just two people, Ted and Sarah, and our dear Count.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ted and Sarah. I was born in Fort Lauderdale, Florida in 1956, Broward General Hospital.
Shall we designate you historic?
Yes, I would. But first of all, I want to say, Commissioner Beasley Pittman, I live in River Oaks. Be careful for trying to get this stormwater construction in your neighborhood as fast as you can, because it's been nothing but a disaster in our neighborhood. And we're supposed to be done in 2025. That's 3 hurricane seasons away. But I'm
Let's stick
all
to the
in.
message.
I'm all in on the over as far as the date it's being done in from 2025. But there's nothing that means more to me in Fort Lauderdale than historic properties. I mean, Commissioner Glassman, you always speak so eloquently. I would just love to have what he says actually put into action. I mean, I go to these historic preservation board meetings every month. The last one I don't drive, so I took 3 buses to go out to where it's at the airport, the executive airport, on the Progresso Drive in Sailboat Bend, which was going to be demolished. And I get there, and it was deferred actually until August, so, but I was there. And there's going to be an R10 tonight that was in the preserve, in the Sailboat Bend Preserve. That's been knocked off the agenda for tonight. And, it's one thing speaking, but golly, we got to actually do this stuff and preserve. I think I should be on that board immediately, whatever she's on, because, this is, you want bigger, brighter, everything new. But, there's some of us that live here that still love the old Fort Lauderdale that we grew up in. And you just can't keep building around it. You got to embrace it. You got to love what Fort Lauderdale was, it's just, it's just meaningful to us long-term residents. But please, put your words into actions, and let's actually start saving stuff and instead of just demolishing and building new stuff. That's it. Thank you.
I think you're preaching to the choir, actually, Ted. Monsieur Count.
I hope Commissioner Glassman will correct my memory, but as I recall, when I first looked at historical information about historical preservation in Fort Lauderdale, he either authored or was involved in a project which listed not only historic sites, but potential historic sites, and I think the document, which could be 20 years old, I mean, he can correct me with the years. Maybe I'm off. Maybe it was 2007, but it was typed. It was I saw photocopies. It was a typed document, and it had notations of that period about how buildings could be saved or if they couldn't be saved. And I'm just wondering whether Commissioner Glassman has those notes or remembers that project that he was involved with, which really would improve the situation, because I see you have a lot of new employees or younger people or people that don't have the background that Commissioner Glassman has. And I notice sometimes buildings come up and nobody knows anything about them, but I could swear they're on that list. Maybe the commissioner would search his memory and remember that list. It was pages long, and it was almost like columns in boxes where it would give you an address.
It was an inventory of historic
Yes,
structures
yes.
that would qualify
Right.
for some level of historic designation
But it
and
seems like
preservation.
it's never used. Whenever there's a presentation about these historic preservation, but when I saw the file, it was detailed notes, maybe by Commissioner Glassman, maybe by somebody else, about what the city could actually do on the buildings. And I just think we're sort of ignoring the work that Commissioner Glassman and some of his colleagues did like 20 years ago, and we're almost starting from scratch in some cases. And that's what concerns me.
Okay, thank you.
May I just want to
respond to
thank you,
that?
Count. Yes, actually, there were some documents like that put together by the Broward Trust for Historic Preservation that actually identified throughout the city possible designations or buildings that they felt were worthy of that, so that could easily be found. Plus, these cultural resource surveys that Trish talked about in all of the neighborhoods does that as well. It identifies properties that could be considered for designation, and there's also lists of properties that have been sent to the state that might be considered even for National Register. So there's lots of those types of lists.
But
There
is
are.
the city working from them? I think it was Tim Smith when they had that occasion. Remember, Mayor, you spoke when they moved that old building
The
into
Shippey
the park.
House?
The Shippey House?
Shippey House?
Not the Judge Shippey House, not the fancy one, the one that went
Annie
in the
Beck
park.
House? The Annie Beck House.
Right, the Annie Peck House.
Beck.
That event where you spoke. They had the bar and back, and Tim Smith had that You were co-chair or chairman
Well,
of the
it was
Broward.
it was the Broward Trust for Historic
Exactly, and I think
Preservation
it was at
that used the funds
meeting-
they had in their
Right,
account
and I
to
think
to
Tim
move that.
Smith had some of those files. It just seems to me that the current staff isn't working off them. You know
We
what I
can
mean?
find all that.
Well, I just think that they're not as involved. I mean, they're not as involved in the paperwork that comes before you or comes before the staff.
Okay. I just want to respond to what Mr. and Sarah said. You know, a lot of the redevelopment that we see in our city is not as, we're not tearing down old structures and replacing them with towers. Where we're seeing a lot of the elimination of some of these historic structures is when individuals buy older homes and tear them down to build bigger homes. And that's really the challenge that we have in our community now, to try to convince people not to tear down some of these buildings, some of these homes that were built in the 20s and 30s that have certain architectural appeal or have historic interest to the community. Those are the types of structures that are the challenge. If we're talking about redevelopment in Flagler Village, I don't recall there being any historically significant structures in Flagler Village that have been at issue. So we shouldn't conflagrate the two issues. I do believe that historic preservation is important because it maintains an identity of who we are in Fort Lauderdale. Fort Lauderdale is a very young city. We don't have a lot of truly old structures, but we have structures that have meaning to the community, to its heritage, to the forebears who came and started the city, like Stranahan House, like Bonnet House, people who have settled here and made Fort Lauderdale their home and started a community. So I think that going forward, we'll continue to work with that list, as the count has pointed out. I know it's sitting on a shelf somewhere, but again, it's been pointed out on the commission that we have to also respect people who buy properties and expect to get some sort of financial return out of their investment. So there is a fine line there. We have to create a balance, but at the same time, I think that tearing down some structures that have some unique character, especially mid-century design, which Fort Lauderdale seems to have a significant amount of buildings that reflect that era. Those are the kinds of things that we should be talking about, and so I want to commend Trish and her staff and the Historic Preservation Board for continuing to move forward and trying to preserve that past and create a foundation upon which we can build our future. Anything further on this issue? There being none, let's move on to business 3. Update on the temporary City Hall relocation. Mr. City Manager.
So we invited Colliers, who's going to give us a rundown of the
Mr. Krasno, how are you?
The potential spaces that we are about to engage for leasing.
Good to see you. Thank you for having me back again. Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners, again, Ken Krasnow from Colliers. As City Manager said, we're here to give you an update on our search. We were in front of you just about a month ago. We got direction at that meeting to focus on some of the downtown alternatives, and today we're going to give you an update on where we stand. We've made significant progress. Staff is working diligently. We know how critical and important an issue this is to get everybody back into a productive work environment. And so I'm encouraged by the progress we've made after your direction last month. And so today I'm going to give you an update on the primary alternatives, and then hopefully we will be back in front of you very shortly for an actionable item. So today is not an actionable item. It's just to give you an update on the spaces. I'm not sure exactly if there we go. So as I said, at the last meeting, we were given the directive to focus on downtown. We had a number of alternatives downtown. We are now limited. We are now sort of down to our 3 finalists downtown. As you can see, 2 of them are housed within the same building, the 1 East Broward building, which is across the street from current City Hall, and then the building across the street, Broward, 110 East Broward. We've also left the alternative in the Uptown Market on here in case we need to revisit that. So I'm going to touch on each of these options fairly quickly, and then I'm going to get into a little bit of the status in terms of where we are. So the One East Broward option, the first one on the column there, is an exciting development since we met. This is a combination of direct space from the building owner and a sublease from West Marine. So West Marine is on the ground, first through the fourth floor. I think several of you have seen that space. It is move-in ready, highly functional space. It's got ground floor alternative that is state-of-the-art in terms of presentation, showroom-ready type space, ready for commission options. It is truly a plug-and-play alternative that developed here quickly, and it needs no work, furniture, everything is included. So it's an exciting alternative. Combine that with alternative space within the building. The fourth floor, which is a former City of Fort Lauderdale space. So basically, space that's ready to go, needs just some paint and carpet, can be ready fairly easily. And then I also mentioned that the city attorney's office is currently in this building on the 16th floor. So the One East Broward building is already a lease. The city is already occupying space in that building under lease. So adding space into this building would be fairly easy and effective in terms of moving quickly. The next alternative in One East Broward is a different sublease alternative in the what they call the annex building. The second and the third floor is currently occupied by a tenant named Alms, the healthcare company. Second and third floor, approximately 20,000 feet. Again, ready to move in, highly functional space, furniture included, immediately available. And then, like I said, you would also then combine that with alternative space within the building. The only challenge in that scenario is we are not presented with a ground floor chamber option. So there is space in the building, but without the West Marine, there is no ground floor option. And then the final option for downtown, across the street, 110 East. Many of you are familiar with this building, the old BB&T building. A lot of space available in the building. Most of the space, again, ready to basically be moved into with minimal work. Paint, carpet. Space would need to be suited with furniture. A lot of the furniture from City Hall could be repurposed into a lot of this, what we call second generation space. And this building, because of the annex structure associated with it, would also present a ground floor commission chamber as well. It would need to be repurposed so that it fits, not necessarily this setting, but a setting that would be suitable for your commission meetings. But it is an alternative. So those are the three primary options that are effectively available immediately in downtown. And then, like I said, we're still keeping the uptown option, the Kaplan space that I'm sure we've heard about. So that's, again, move-in ready space, 3 floors contiguous, that is currently occupied by Kaplan. There is ground floor space in that building as well that could be repurposed and reconfigured to accommodate your chamber meetings and the ground floor. Next slide, I'm going to touch on a little bit with some of the economics and some of the details about the particular spaces. I want to stress, I'm sure several of our favorite landlords and owners are in attendance here today, and others that may show up. So we are not here to negotiate. We are not here to give you final terms. We're working with, operate with numbers that are fluid. So what we're giving you here is an overview of the economics and some of the terms of the spaces as we published this last week. And like I said, several of the alternatives, even the ones that are not on this page, have come back to us and said, what could we do? We're interested. So the economics are fluid. And like I said, when we come to you with an actionable item, it will have all of the details of the actual economics laid out. But I'm going to give you an overview today just so we can have some framework. So as I said, the first space is the 1 East Broward. It's a combination of West Marine and direct space. West Marine is currently on a sublease that goes through January of 2030. They have offered the space to us for a 5-year term. And again, just so we're all talking apples to apples here, when I give you some context of numbers, we're talking about effectively what the total obligation would be over a 5-year term. So as you can see here, I've laid out some of the base rates, the rent, the operating expenses. When I give you some of the ballpark numbers, that includes free rent, some work that would need to be involved, et cetera. But I'm just giving you, like I said, a framework of the economics. So the direct space in 1 East Broward is approximately $25 triple net, with an operating expense base of about $1675. So that's roughly $4175 gross. The West Marine 5-year sublease, slightly below that at $3875. Again, that includes all of the operating expenses. As we move over into the next space in 1 East Broward, the sublease that's from the Alms direct is 22 triple net with 1675. So effectively the same number as the West Marine. It's effectively a $22 triple net number. We move over to 110 East. I mentioned there that everybody has given us flexibility in terms of 3-year term with 2 1-year options. But like I said, when I give you some ballpark numbers, we've assumed that everything is going to be run out over a 5-year term. So the general economics within 110 East is approximately a $2875 triple net, slightly lower on the operating expenses. So again, comes in around $41 all in. And then last but not least, the Uptown alternative, the numbers that were presented to us from Kaplan was a $25 triple net number, and operating expenses estimated somewhere between 13 and 14. So again, kind of a gross number, you're talking 38 to 39. So a comparable range in economics. Just to give you some perspective, like I said, over a total 5-year basis, including, again, some concessions like free rent, including the fact that some of the spaces, like in a 110 East, might include a little bit more work than some of the other alternatives. The 1 East Broward, West Marine and sublease space over a 5-year term is approximately $14.4 million over a 5-year basis, all inclusive. Again, move-in ready, state-of-the-art space, no work needed. The next space, and again, that's for, as you see there, the Kaplan space is approximately 52,000 square feet on floors 1 through 4, the ground floor through 4, and then direct space of approximately 16,000 square feet. The next alternative at 1 East Broward, again, slightly less space at 52,000 square feet, so not quite, apples to apples because it doesn't have the ground floor and it's not accommodating, all of the space. Would be slightly less over that 5-year basis. The 110 East at roughly the same square footage comes in at approximately $14 million. So give or take comparable to the 1 East Broward West Marine space. And then the Kaplan numbers as presented to us when we published comes in at around $15.5 million over the same 5-year term. Again, I caution you that these are not final numbers. We are still in the throes of negotiating with all of these various parties. These numbers will change, but when we do come back to you, you will have, the actual final numbers in front of you. But this gives you an overview of the alternatives, the speed in which we can move forward, move people into space. Again, specifically, as I go back to the West Marine, they're talking about an August occupancy. So we're talking about hopefully bringing something actionable back to you in July, so that we can move forward and start, getting the staff and the operation back to, full productivity and full efficiency.
Just for clarification, when you're saying August, you're only talking about the annex, right? Or is that for the entire space with the sublet from West Marine as well?
Sublet from West Marine, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Ken, you said that you differentiated between example 1 and example 2 on 1 East Broward, and you say direct lease term versus West Marine. West Marine would not allow us to sublet just the first floor from them?
No. So West Marine space technically is not on the market, but if they were to entertain a sublease of the space, it would be they would move their people into an alternative location. So the other thing about the West Marine space, I don't know if some of you may have been there, it's all interconnected through a staircase. So
The first 5 floors.
Yes.
Right.
So they are interested in kind of an all or nothing sublease. So floors 1 through 4, or they just stay in their operation.
Okay. Anyone else have any questions at this
I
point?
do, Mayor. I
go ahead.
didn't get a total amount from you for number 2. I got it for the others, but you didn't
Yeah.
give a total amount for number 2
Yes.
without the West Marine.
Yeah, that total is approximately 11.5 million. Again, caveat there, it's less space, and it doesn't include a ground floor chamber option.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Just a quick question of the city attorney. So I hesitate to suggest that your office isn't going to move with lightning speed, but given that this West Marine part isn't even on the market, is it realistic to assume that we are going to have a lease with them that we will negotiate and conclude and get approved through the commission in time for us to move in August? I have never seen us do anything with that degree of haste.
Well, I wouldn't attribute that to the speed in which our attorneys review documents.
Absolutely not. It's the feedback from other people that slow us down. It's never the attorney's office. I don't want to mischaracterize my relationship with my staff over there. No, they have always been nothing but supportive and responsive. So it wasn't my intent.
I understand, and that's why.
And we'll be breathing down your neck, by the way, when we move in there. So I just want you to know. Yeah.
So we haven't seen the actual, sublease that West Marine has, or the terms and the conditions that relate to that agreement that we're looking to sublease. There may be some issues within that document with regards to the city being a governmental entity that we can't necessarily agree to, which would require some negotiations with the actual landlord. We do anticipate, we're trying to anticipate some of these issues, and you're correct, Commissioner, it may take longer than what's being projected for us to complete that review.
Longer than July 5th, which would be when you'd have to bring it back to us for approval for us to move in August.
So if I may.
Can I?
Yeah, please.
One sort of ongoing development that is taking place literally as we speak. So just for clarification purposes, West Marine is a subtenant of a company called Kemet. Kemet is a tenant of the owner, One East Broward. Those three parties now are talking about a collapsing of that lease so that we would be a direct tenant for the West Marine space. We already have a lease. The city attorney is already operating under a lease in One East Broward. And so therefore, if they were to collapse that structure and we would go direct, we would just do an amendment to our existing lease, adding on the 53,000 feet of West Marine space.
I'm sure that's a layman's version of what will happen, but when the lawyers get their hands on it, it's...
Begs the question, how long is the lease that West Marine has? Do you know?
So West Marine is, again, as a subtenant of Kemet. Kemet's lease goes through January of 2030.
But if once it collapses, are we obligated through 2030 at this point if they're out?
5 years.
Actually, that's being negotiated right now. Those are some of the terms, and I would like to refrain from any specifics on that.
But that would be directly with the owner?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. I would like to say I have some concerns about the process that we're going in. I believe that we are preparing to spend a lot of money, and we're not being, I used the word earlier, good stewards over the taxpayers' monies. I think we need to look at an alternative way to house ourselves until we get a new city hall. This is what I'm visualizing. If my home would have been damaged, I wouldn't move into a place that costs more than I'm leaving. I would be trying to stay within my budget that would help me move into a new place that I could afford and not be out of my budget. And I believe that we are moving in a position that is creating funds that could be used somewhere else. We just got through talking about our budget for the new year, and sometimes you have to be uncomfortable. We haven't talked about doing a hybrid situation. Right now, commission is housed in a location, and it's working. There's some things that could be tweaked, but I want to see some numbers. Show me some monies, the dollar amount, what we're spending now, and what it looks like for a 5-year projection compared to us paying these millions of dollars over the time period.
Vice Mayor, first of all, I think the situation we're in now, and I'll defer to the city manager, but the situation that we're in now, a lot of people are working remotely and it's becoming unproductive. And that's the concern that the city manager has expressed to me, and I would imagine the other members of the commission. And we need to consolidate operations so that we can become more efficient and productive. This is the message that I've been getting from him. So right now is not, the status quo is not an option.
I respect what you're saying, but also we need to do this. We need to calculate the dollars.
Oh, absolutely.
And we need to do something that's being more proficient with the taxpayers' money.
Well, and so to that point, I think we are still working with our insurance companies to see if we can defer some of this cost that isn't coming directly from taxpayers. And I think that's an important aspect of trying to mitigate the expense and the burden on our community. So I think the city manager's office is continuing to work in that regard.
Yes, but also we're talking about moving a large number of our staff into downtown high-priced property. So we're looking, in my opinion, we're looking at this one-sided. We need to look at this where we're being more proficient. And I want to charge our city manager with bringing us another option other than either going to one of these 11, what was the figures, $11 million?
Over 5 years.
Understood, over 5 years.
Yeah. I pay more money per square foot in Wilton Manors for my office. So, I mean, these are bargains compared to what is out there in the market. So, but again, I think these are just rough numbers, and Mr. Krasnow is going to get back to us with a more definitive offer from these places.
Okay. So with my request,
Yes.
could we have some numbers brought to the table that would show us another opportunity where we can bring this in a lot cheaper?
Well, like what? Let me give us
I
a
don't,
suggestion.
I don't have a suggestion, but we have staff that can do this. What I'm asking for is to see additional options. This is a lot of money.
Well, we're a big city. You know,
Yes,
we're big.
but-
We have a lot of people. We employ 2,800 people. Where are you going to put them? You know,
We
it's-
have staff that can locate places.
So Vice Mayor, certainly we hear you loud and clear. One of the things that we are impacting right now is the ability to conduct even meetings. I mean, as recent as today, we had all meeting rooms booked, and we had to meet in a 10 by 10 to meet with Ken Krasnow to go over these details because there's no meeting space. We are certainly looking at all alternatives. We'll bring you back the 5-year projections in a table format that you can easily view. And, you know, we want to also relay that we have displaced about 200 to 300 people that are right now working from home. In fact, if you walk into near the city manager's office, HR has accommodated themselves to work out of a conference room. And this is how we receive the new recruits and the new personnel that's coming over. And we certainly want to have one of the best impressions so that we can recruit and retain the best. So we will certainly bring that back. We'll tell you that we have been working with Colliers because under contract, we must work with them. We have looked at various building options and places to collaborate. But I can guarantee you this, we are going to look at the least amount of space that is needed. We are looking at hybrid models where people work just certain days per week at the office. I'll tell you that we do have staff that does work at the office every day, but it is unfair sometimes that they get tasked a lot of additional duties because they just happen to be there and they just happen to be next door to some of the offices that are operating next to us. So certainly we will bring you back a more in-depth level of discussion that outlines and addresses your concerns, but we certainly don't want to accommodate ourselves into anything that would seem more than what's needed. And you will see a very minimal space requirement. Keep in mind that the City Hall was 7 floors. We're looking to collapse into 6 floors. So we will accommodate as much as we can, but yeah, we have about 300 employees that are working from home.
City Manager, when you prepare those numbers at the Vice Mayor's request, can you also expand that scope so that we can see what we can anticipate or that we're hoping to anticipate with regards to insurance to mitigate the cost? Also, perhaps relief from the federal government and other agencies that you might be looking at in terms of just so that we can get a real overall picture of what we might see in terms of bringing those costs down?
Yes, we can certainly bring the anticipated costs from claims from insurance.
Okay, and also outside agencies, whether it's the federal government or anyone else?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay, a few people have signed up to speak.
Before that, Mayor,
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's
Go ahead.
okay. No problem. Thank you. I have a number of comments. So
Sure.
first, just to mention one thing, Mayor, is you point out, and you're absolutely right. We've got 2,800 employees, but I will say that the bulk of those are already spread out. Our police department is 500 plus sworn officers plus civilian personnel. Our fire department is 400, I believe, firefighters plus their civilian personnel. So you've got over 1,000 people right there. Our water and sewer are dispersed throughout the city in our various plants. DSD houses, a substantial number of folks. So I think, and I believe the city manager said it, we're really talking about 300 people that work in City Hall? Is that?
Yes.
Okay. So 300 people out of a staff of 3,000. 10% of our workforce is in City Hall. So we don't need to worry about the 3,000 employees. We're really just trying to figure out what we're doing with 300. To your point, Mr. Manager, about not being able to accommodate a meeting with Ken Krasnow, when I have meetings with most of the folks that I need to meet with, I'm usually on Zoom. Okay, my Zoom meetings work really well. I could have 15, 20 people on a Zoom meeting if they need to be there, which candidly most of them don't. I think we would probably get away with between 5 and 7 to most meetings. I think all the other people there are just there because they feel that they need to show up. But Zoom meetings have proven to be incredibly effective and incredibly efficient ways of getting work done. If your staff is experiencing productivity problems, I'm going to tell you that's a management issue. That's not a location issue. Okay, all throughout the pandemic, we managed, and productivity has gone up throughout corporate America with people working remotely. My office all worked remotely. I can tell you that I did not have productivity issues because I used tools like Teams and Slack and made sure that everybody was working. I was checking in with them multiple times throughout the day to make sure that people were on task and on target. So if you're having problems with productivity, that is a management issue. That is not where people work, it is how they work, and it's how the managers manage that productivity issue. If you can't manage staff, you can't do it when they're in the office next to you, because they will goof off just as much 30 feet away as they will locating somewhere else. The other issue about the insurance, I hear you, Mayor, and if we're going to get insurance, that's great, but I'd rather not make a decision until we get that insurance. So if we're going to get it, let's get it and then make our decision based on that. The last thing I would say, though, too, is, I've worked for large organizations. I've worked for Fortune 500 companies, and I know their mindset. And their mindset is throw money around like it's, going out of style. And I've worked for startups, and startups have a frugal mindset. And the frugal mindset says you don't expand into more space until people are tripping over each other constantly. You don't hire another person until people are working 18 hours a day and you're bursting at the seams. That's a frugal mindset, and that's how you grow a startup. It's how you demonstrate value when you're going out there. And I think we need more of a frugal mindset.
Well,
Okay,
Commissioner Herbst, I want to tell you that we are there. We are tripping over each other. We do need space, and we do use Zoom, Teams, all of those available technology products. But I'll tell you, one of the things that is very critical, right, to have face-to-face meetings is because sometimes there's an opportunity to collaborate further. There's an opportunity to brainstorm. There's boards that and graphs and charts. The same experience that you're happening here, you can't do it in Zoom. And so I'll tell you that beyond thinking it's a management situation, we are managing as best as possible. We quickly and with an agile approach, brought in as much adaptation as possible. And I will tell you that we have some of the most critical projects that are being handled and managed by Public Works. They need space to review plans, to work together with permitting agencies, to host meetings that they could all see and talk about these critical projects for infrastructure together. And the disparate locations and also the electronic means sometimes do not allow us to collaborate as best as possible. So, and I'm telling you that from a technology background. Yes, I do admit, in a corporate technology startup where everyone is focused on the bottom dollar, that works. But we work within a union compliant environment, and sometimes we can't afford certain efficiencies. We have to be under compliance for labor and for all sorts of compliance matters. So I do appreciate the feedback. We will come back. We will bring all those details, and we will give you the most minimum amount of office space that is required.
All right, thank you.
Mayor, I have a question, because we keep talking about 5 years, but we've all seen proposals, whether they P3 or not. Why aren't we able to compress this to maybe 3 years? I don't see why we can't get this done in 3 years, not 5.
Well, I certainly don't think we should be in temporary quarters for more than 3, but that depends on what we do as a commission. So I think some of the terms that you described were 3 years and 1 year renewals. Those are probably the best for the city, and that way the price tag won't look so outrageous, because the real amount of time is probably 3 years and not 5. But again, you'll get back to us with more refined numbers. I understand everyone's concern. I mean, we don't want to spend taxpayers' money unnecessarily, but we do have a business to run, and I do think that the city manager has done a yeoman's job in trying to, keep costs down. And but in any case, wait to hear back from you. And but I do want to hear from the people that have signed up to speak, if we can. There are 4 people.
Can I have one question before
go
we jump
ahead.
in?
I'm
Yeah, city manager, I think maybe you could best answer this. It's roughly going to be 15 and a half, 14 and a half, 11 and a half, 14 over 5, like $3 to $4 million per year, depending on the plan. It's like when people talk about, like, it's not new money. We're already spending money per year in the old place. What are we spending per year now?
Some numbers as to reimbursement expenses. Can any of those reimbursement expenses be applied towards rent, or would we? You remember he came back and he said it would take 2 years and $20 million to get the city hall back into usable condition. Can that $20 million be used to defray any of the rental costs? You don't need to answer that right now, but something that I wish we could think about. See if that's a check directly to the city, or is that something that has to be applied towards the rehabilitation of the building?
We can answer those questions, but I also want the commission to know that the proposed budget does include allowances for the rent that is right now before us.
Okay.
So it's not that we're going to go back and add more budget. It's already included. And on top of that, we'd like to also start once we define this intermediate phase of where operations will remain. We also like to start thinking about the long term. So City Hall, how will that look? Where will it take place? Again, we have a P3 that we have not even discussed, but I'd like to at least bring some level of conversation as to the approach for City Hall. But again, if we take it step by step, this at least gets us through the intermediate phase that we need to have in order to have productive operations.
Perhaps we can initiate those discussions by having a joint meeting with the Infrastructure Task Force. We had talked about that, and get some of our community involved in that decision making. Commissioner Herbst?
Yeah, just one other question, because I want to go to the timeline you just raised. How long have we been trying to build the police station?
So 2019, the bond was passed, and there were a series of efforts since then, and now we're doing the groundbreaking. That'll be a 24-month project. 24 months after groundbreaking.
Okay.
Well, we also went through COVID. We also went through a lot in those years. I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention as well.
Lots of other things got built during COVID. I think the Lockhart Stadium project got built during COVID pretty quickly, didn't it?
Yeah,
No,
they
it
spent
didn't.
$170 million.
City projects don't get done quickly, is my point.
Well, we know that government doesn't always function like the private industry functions.
Okay.
That's no surprise.
James Labrie, followed by Bryson Ridgway, followed by Evan Gross and Sheldon Gross. 4 people have signed up to speak. You're good.
Okay, thanks. Mayor Trentalis, Vice Mayor Beasley Pittman, City Commissioners Glassman, Herbst, and Sturman. My name is James Labrie, and I'm a resident of the Poinsettia Heights neighborhood for over 20 years. I'm the vice president of the Poinsettia Heights Civic Association, and I'm a member of the city's Infrastructure Task Force Advisory Committee. I'm speaking here today as an individual and not as a member of any group. The flooding of the City Hall building has given this governing body the opportunity to reshape how our city government functions. It is the perfect time for a thorough assessment of all city departments to determine where city employee positions need to be physically located. It is time to seriously consider expanding the distributed approach to the city's workforce. Fort Lauderdale already has this model, and it works. You have to look at the police and fire departments, public works, traffic and mobility, development services, and others. All city departments and employees do not have to be located in the same building. The COVID pandemic showed us that a distributed approach to the work environment can be beneficial to employee job satisfaction. Furthermore, video technology has become very sophisticated, and many business-related meetings can be held virtually. Most importantly, the residents of Fort Lauderdale are facing major increases in the cost of living in this city. Our water rates will soon be going way up, and we know there will be more bonds to service in the future associated with the new police station building and ultimately a new City Hall building. This is the time for the City Commission to think about how money can be saved. You did a great job on knocking off $100 million on building the water treatment plant bond. So let's think about this. Renting excessive square footage so that employees can all be together is not cost effective. I'm asking you to let go of the traditional approach to the workplace. Be forward thinking, show some financial prudence, and do what is best for the residents of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Bryson Ridgway.
Commissioners, Vice Mayor, Mayor, thank you for having me here. I know you're busy, so I'll be really brief, but I did want to start by saying thank you. I know sometimes it's a thankless job, but part of my job is to go all over the U.S., look at cities to invest in, to raise capital, and most cities are struggling. Most cities are losing employees, losing residents, and they're losing it to cities like Fort Lauderdale. That's in large part to the smart growth policies you've put in place, the extra work with Inter Miami, with the Panther Stadium, with the parks. So I wanted to say thank you. The primary reason I came up here, and by the way, I'm part owner of 110 East Broward. Part of the reason I came up here was not to advocate for my building, but to kind of clear the record. There were some facts about our building in the last meeting that were inaccurate, but you know, the city manager, Mr. Krasnow, I think they did a great job with the presentation and really covered those facts. The only thing that wasn't, I'll just say it, you know, we have plenty of second generation space, so it's not a year, it would be 30 days. We've offered furniture. Parking would be free given the virtue of your deck. The last is, I'll leave it up here. I know this all precipitated from a flood. We are in flood zone X, not flood zone AZ. So I'll leave that there as proof. But most important, I'm a resident of Fort Lauderdale. I'll be doing business here for a long time. We want to help you. Flexibility is really important. We realize you have a challenging process in front of you, whether it's 10,000 square feet or whether it's 70,000 square feet. We're willing to work with you and put offers in front of you that are really cost effective. And in fact, oddly enough, we could do more for you on a shorter term. We've been very fortunate. We've leased over 90,000 square feet since we've owned the building. So we could probably help you out on shorter term leases. I say all this just to give you tools in your toolbox. Look forward to working with you, and I know you'll make the right decision. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Bryson. Evan Gross, followed by Sheldon Gross. Go ahead.
Do we have, are we able to utilize the presentation? Oh, I won't talk so fast. Okay, so we have 2 minutes.
Take your time this time, okay, please.
Actually, yes, if we could just, I'd like to hear the full presentation. Thank you.
So you want me to speed through it?
Take your time.
All right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay. Speed reading and speed listening are 2 different things.
Okay, great. So good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. I believe you know me by now as part of the ownership team at 1515 West Cypress Creek, and yes, today I will talk slower. I want to share with you our belief of what the public would want to be the selection criteria for a temporary home for the city's administrative operations: cost savings to the city, operational efficiency, continuity capabilities, safety, security, robustness, and delivery of services to the public. These attributes is what 1515 West Cypress Creek offers. As a taxpayer, I would want my contributions to the city to have the most benefit. Based on the information that has been provided for this meeting, the city would be able to save substantial money by utilizing 1515. The savings could be used by the Commission for Neighborhood Enhancements or to help pay for more of our brave first responders, police officers, and firefighters. 1515 West Cypress Creek offers the city a turnkey, ready-to-go option where everything is already in place. With the utilization of 1515, the city immediately benefits from operational efficiencies and transition timing. Time is money, as the city continues to spend resources on maintaining City Hall. Additionally, at 1515, the city does not need to spend money on property enhancements, and the city can be in our property 30 days after the lease is signed. Therefore, the city can stop paying the $30,000 to $40,000 per day to maintain its old City Hall. Based on the information provided for this meeting, and Colliers did not use our accurate numbers, which we have previously shared, we believe our gross rent of $31 per square foot is the lowest cost option, and we are also providing the city tremendous flexibility with a 3-year lease and renewal options, as well as a purchase option. We believe we are the only option to offer these great advantages. We also believe that 1515 West Cypress Creek is a fiscally responsible option that also increases the quality of services to constituents. At tonight's commission meeting, the commission will be voting to expand the lease at 1 East Broward from 3,500 square feet to 16,000 square feet. In summary, this lease will cost taxpayers at least $521,000 or 26% more than the option of 1515 West Cypress Creek. Once again, this is only for 16,000 feet. Please also keep in mind that the city will also be obligated to pay $90 per month per parking space and overtime charges for use of the after hours. That comes directly from the lease negotiations that is before you at 1 East Broward. When we look at the 75,000 square feet the city is exploring for its administrative spaces, the city and taxpayers save approximately $1.7 to $2.3 million at 1515 West Cypress Creek. This does not factor in any tenant improvements which the city may need to make at the other properties, or any further time delays which would continue to cause the city to sink costs into the existing City Hall. As a taxpayer, I want my government to be able to operate 24/7, 365. That means if there is a storm and if FP&L cannot provide power, I want my government to still be able to provide services and operate. This means if Broward Boulevard and the streets surrounding the building are flooded, I want my government to still be able to provide services and operate. As a taxpayer, I want to see my government prepared for the inevitable next storm in order to avoid the complete disastrous shutdown Fort Lauderdale experienced in April. 1515 West Cypress Creek is the only option that has two 1.8 megawatt generators with 15,000 gallons of fuel that is capable of keeping all workstations, all equipment, all servers and data center, all elevators, and all HVAC operating for more than a week before more fuel needs to be brought in. We're the only property to withstand a hurricane with hurricane impact glass. We are also the only property built 10 feet above sea level in the best FEMA flood zone, which has a low risk of flooding. Finally, we are the only property that has a data center with UPS battery backup system so that important information is secure. When you design a new city hall, these attributes should be included in the design criteria to secure city operations for generations to come. I now turn the presentation over to Sheldon Gross to discuss how 1550 not only is the least expensive option, but is also the most robust property.
Okay, well,
Thank you.
you don't conduct this meeting. When we're ready for Mr. Gross, we'll ask him to come up.
I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
All right, thank you. We appreciate your presentation. I have a question, though, to ask you.
Please go
ahead. Okay. This $90 a month for parking, we own the parking garage. Where does it suggest that we're going to pay $90 a month?
It was in one of your exhibits attached to the form that in the agenda. It was part of the exhibits.
So
in the exhibits, it said $90 per month per space for parking. Perhaps city manager can.
That's where you got your information?
That is correct.
Okay.
Mayor.
All right.
And that's also where I got the after hours component as well.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Now, was this $31 gross rent the same rent that you presented to us at the last meeting?
No, it is not that's not the same rent. However, it is what we did inform Colliers that previously.
So that is now your offer, $31.
That is correct.
Gross rent.
That is correct.
Okay.
Mayor.
All righty.
Thank you.
Anyone else have any questions of Mr. Gross? All right, Mr. Sheldon Gross.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. In addition to the city saving its taxpayers' money by moving into its temporary administrative operations to 1515, the city will also be able to utilize our superior infrastructure. The city gets more for less. To put it in perspective, based on our current calculations at $73,000 or 73,000 square feet, the cost to the city would be $2,263,000 over a one-year period, $6,789 over a three-year period. 1515 was built to withstand hurricanes. As you can see, our certification shows that our building will withstand over 120 mile an hour winds. 1515 is built 10 feet above sea level and is the only option the city is considering that is in the FEMA's best flood zone X, which is a low risk for floods. The blue area on the screen above you indicates the area that are susceptible to floods in an AH FEMA zone. While the particular property, the one east, may in fact be an X-rated zone or a property, it sits within the AH flood zone, which is susceptible to flooding. Floods are our reality. Important to note on the form to the right that there's been $39,756,000 worth of flood claims in 3,209 applications over a period that ended in 2022. Cypress Creek has hurricane impact glass as verified by the inspection photos attached. There are two 1.8 megawatt generators and 15,000 gallons of fuel storage. We are proactive. Our facility is proactive, and we are taking pride in the fact that we put a new roof on and we have new cooling towers. Our property offers a secure data center and is where the city can use storage server room and could be used as a disaster recovery center. The property is convenient to visitors and staff, 3 minutes from I-95 and 9 minutes from the Turnpike. 1515 is located across from the city's EOC property at Fort Lauderdale Executive Airport, and is only 15 minutes from the Fort Lauderdale's old city hall. There are 1,350 free parking spaces available on site, and members can travel to and from our site by using Tri-Rail and Broward County Transit. Let's keep in mind, the Fort Lauderdale Commission created an Uptown Master Plan, which is based on neighborhood enhancements. We are now part of that neighborhood enhancements. Here's the path to being able to...
Sir, you kind of used up all of your time. You've kind of used up all your time. So was that all in your handout that you just gave to us?
Yeah, there's some additional information. I 1 minute. I'd be within 1 minute.
I'll give you one more minute.
Thank you so much. The city is searching for temporary space until the city develops its new city hall. 1515 offers the lowest cost, most robust, and quickest solution to have city hall services running safely and securely. In fact, we believe by the next meeting we could negotiate a lease for 1515. We encourage the commission to help allow us to be able to negotiate with staff to be able to solidify a lease arrangement. Our property is additionally, at our property, you are dealing directly with the owner of the property and not subtenants and subleases, which may complicate the relationship and the ability to satisfy the city's requirements. One final point, Mayor. We believe so strongly that 1515 Cypress Creek is the perfect facility for the temporary location for the administrative offices, that we have reduced our lease term to 3 years, and we have provided flexibility. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak on this item? All righty. So, Mr. City Manager, you're going to get back to us and with Mr. Krasnow and get a little firmer numbers for us and see where we're going to go from there.
We will do that.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mayor, I just want to fact check something that was just said before earlier on the record when I was thinking about it. Lockhart was constructed prior to COVID. In fact,
correct.
The home opening game was scheduled and ready to go. The facility was totally built before COVID because about 3 days before the home opener, it was canceled due to COVID. But the facility was totally built. So I just wanted to correct that on the record. Thank you.
Well,
Thank you, Commissioner Glassman. I appreciate that.
But it does speak to the larger issue, which suggests to us that doing an unsolicited proposal approach may be the quickest way to get a city hall built.
Yes.
So, so that might be an example that we may wish to follow because they built that stadium in 9 months, and if we're looking to save money by not spending a lot of money on rent, we could certainly consider the unsolicited proposals that may come forward to us in making a determination as to how we're going to go forward in building a new city hall. So, all right. So, Mr. City Manager?
Mayor, actually, could I just throw out one thing since you brought that up?
Yeah.
One of the things that I'd really like us to think about in terms of being creative with a new city hall is the opportunity to look at the old federal courthouse. You know, when we talk about historic preservation, I think there's probably no building in downtown that is as unique as the federal courthouse. And
I
I'd
agree with you.
I'd love to see that as a new city hall. I think that'd be amazing.
So that option has been explored, and I'll tell you some of the answers I got back from the judges. They said, run away as fast as you can. The building is crumbling. The space that we would need for commission chambers is not really the structure doesn't permit a large room like we normally would need, and one of the reasons why they're not having the Trump trials in Fort Lauderdale is because the structure is not safe.
Well, I understand that for a federal courthouse. I was involved in the construction of the federal courthouse in Jacksonville, so I know the safety and security things because they're targets for terrorists.
No, I'm saying safe in terms of the structure itself. It's crumbling. It's go talk. I think your point. Trust me, I would love to see City Hall located.
I was on that federal court facilities task force for well over a decade. I would love to see. I would rather see us take $30 million and rebuild that than see us spend $250 million on a brand new building when we can salvage what I think, again, is probably one of the most unique buildings in downtown and repurpose that. We always talk about doing something iconic. I think there would be nothing more iconic than taking that facility, which is the greatest example of his work that we have in Fort Lauderdale, and turning it into a showcase for City Hall. So I don't want to abandon the idea yet. I hope we'll explore it some more.
Well, I think if somebody could come forward to us come forward to the commission with a proposal.
I think we have to negotiate with GSA on that because GSA will work with us as a governmental entity before they go to a private sector to take it over. So I think that's where we have an advantage with respect to that building.
So just so that you know, having been on that committee since I became mayor, I have raised that point this is one of the advantages of meeting face-to-face in a room and not in Zoom. You're able to take people to the side and talk about these things. So I did talk to GSA a couple of times with regard to that. They're all ears. But again, I recommend that you talk to a couple of the judges there. Talk to Judge Dimitrileus, who's the chief, and he grimaces every time I make the suggestion because he just even $100 million in his eyes would not bring that building back to life. I would like nothing better than to have City Hall move in there. Trust me, I think it would be great. We have the parking. It's an iconic building. It's a strategic location. I think the square footage is what, Greg? 100 and something thousand?
I'm not sure of that, but we can get that information.
Right. I mean, all options are on the table. Okay.
By the way, and I echo that. I think that would be a great idea. I think that's a great suggestion. I think we should actually look at what that cost would be. Although I have spoken to some folks in terms of possibilities for that building in the future. So there's interest out there, and something might happen that would preserve it, but that will take a lot of money. That will take a lot of money to make that
we're talking
building.
about a lot of money anyway.
Yes.
So if we
Right.
get it for $1 from GSA, just as I'm not saying
I
that
understand.
they've offered that to us, but let's say they give it to us for $1, and we have to put a lot of money into it. It's still going to be less than the amount for a new building. But the question is, what is the life expectancy of the city of the federal building? Will it be the same life expectancy as we would have with a brand new building? I don't want to throw good money after bad. That's
Right.
the only concern that I have with that building. So, but at the same time, I'd love to see it preserved. And is City Hall relocating there the best way to preserve it? Because for a minute there, it was almost on the chopping block when we had that $55 million gap.
Yeah.
And
I remember.
And so luckily we were able to secure that $55 million. Thank you, Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
Right.
And so it's worth exploring.
Sure.
Yes.
I'll leave you with just this final thought on that. If we can't afford to acquire it for $1, as you say, and bring it back to life, the private sector won't be able to. So I think we are probably the best hope for salvaging that structure and making it work. But again, like I said, hope.
Well, you see, they have a ceremonial courtroom. So I went to look at it, and it's really tight. I mean, you couldn't get more than 60, 70 people in there as an audience.
We'll have to gut the building. There's no doubt
Yes,
about it.
you have to
back
gut it.
But I don't know. It would have to be completely redesigned.
You have to gut that building. You would really just be keeping the bones. That would be it.
So Mayor, as you drive down 95, going towards Design Center of America, Dakota, there's a hotel over there that they took back to the girders.
Yeah.
And that's now a high-end hotel. That was probably a 3 to 4 year project for them. I mean, and things happened during the way, but they literally, because I used to drive past it all the time, and you could look through the entire building because they took the walls
I thought they were
out
going
and
to tear it
everything
down.
else.
I thought they were dismantling it.
I did too. I think they had to keep it for the footprint because they were probably grandfathered in with the FAA and the airport is what I suspect probably happened with it. Because they took it back to the columns.
It's a Le Meridian.
It's a Le Meridian now. Yeah,
Right,
yeah.
yeah.
So there's opportunities there.
Yes, there are.
Well, you're going to probably build consensus on this commission if you win it. Yeah. Okay, so Mr. City Manager, we have another item that's not on the agenda, but I think we're going to.
I have a question about this. So what are their next steps with this now, this agenda item, City Manager? What are you doing next?
So we're going to bring back all these details, all this information. In fact, we had already a proposed rental agreement for the 4th floor and for the 16th floor. We're going to ask the mayor to if we can defer that evening item into next July 5th. That way you have ample information, and that way we're all on the same page on what the strategy is for this temporary office spaces.
Okay. And have you spoken with, those other options in terms of their best and final? Because, we heard from the other buildings today, both buildings, and we saw some different pricings offered.
Correct.
And so different numbers. And is that all going to be squared away? And
Colliers is doing that aggressively.
we're going to have all of the actual accurate numbers?
Yes, and we are going to bring all that together.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Mr. City Manager.
So,
or should I say, Mr. Spence, is there another item that we're supposed to discuss at this time?
Well, it's not necessarily my item, but I understand that we have a time certain for the folks from Miami Beckham United to discuss with the City Commission. I don't know if the representatives of that group are present.
I see Jack Seiler is here. Is anyone from Inter Miami here? Oh, there you are. Would you like to come forward? I see Stephanie Toothaker, Pablo Alvarez. So I think, all right, if I can try to recall where we last left off. We had heard from Commissioner Herbst that as a result of the mediation, there was an impasse, and I think the commission said they wanted to hear from the parties, and at that point, I think Mr. Spence told us that he did not want to really discuss what went on in mediation because he thought it would be a violation of confidentiality. And so we thought if we could get a waiver of confidentiality so we can discuss what was discussed and where we can go forward and try to bring some resolution to trying to put together the fulfillment of the comprehensive agreement and how we're going to get there. And I appreciate Mr. Seiler coming here today. And Ms. Toothaker, did you want to make a presentation?
Mayor Stephanie Toothaker on behalf of Miami Beckham United. We don't have a presentation, but we are very pleased. Pablo Alvarez and Chris Smith are also here with me on behalf of Miami Beckham United. We're very pleased to waive any confidentiality from the mediation.
Okay, and Mr. Smith, Senator Smith is on your team?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So, so I guess at this point, we have, I believe that we have a July 18th deadline by which time a park was supposed to be delivered to the city of Fort Lauderdale on the 20 acres, the southern portion of the premises. That was an extension of time from last year by 1 year. And obviously it's not going to be done. And there's a question as to the permit fees that need to be paid. There's a question as to who's going to pay for the development of the park, what that site plan is going to look like, and also what steps we can take forward collaboratively to try to accomplish the things that are in the best interest of the city, as well as in the best interests of those who are going to participate in the future of the Drive Pink Stadium. So, Mr. Alvarez, you have some thoughts you'd like to share.
Good evening, Pablo Alvarez, Vice President, General Counsel of Miami Beckham United. Just wanted to clarify real quickly on your initial comment. The July 19th deadline is predicated on the city of Miami Beckham United having a consensus as to what needs to get built on the park. To date, the city has not reached an internal consensus as to what has been built on the park, has not shared that with us, has not reached consensus with us, so it would be an impossibility for us to deliver a park that you guys internally haven't even agreed to. So I just wanted to set that for the record.
Okay. So, Jack, could you come to the microphone?
Let me tell you how long I've been gone. I showed up at City Hall. Went down there and saw that building, and I said, wow, I forgot you guys had moved the meetings here. I texted the city manager and let him know I was at City Hall.
Thank you for involving yourself in trying to mediate the differences that we have had with Inter Miami Beckham. Can you bring us up to date as to any information you might have today as to where we are and how we can proceed forward?
Well, first, let me say this. We had to rush to get the mediation done. We had everybody traveling every which way. So we did go to mediation. Commissioner Herbst and Rhonda Hassan represented the city. I will state, I think they mediated in good faith. I think everybody was there with the intention of trying to resolve it. Pablo and others represented Inter Miami again. I think they mediated in good faith with an attempt to resolve it. We made some pretty good progress in terms of numbers, and I thought we were moving in the right direction, but we did go down, 9 hours? Commissioner Herbst, I don't mean to use the first name like that in public setting, but
Quite all right. Yes, it was quite a marathon session.
it was about 9 hours. So I thought we were making good progress. There was a big issue over the permit fee. As I disclosed to the city attorney earlier today, I now have the permit fees in my trust account. They were sent as an escrow after I returned from my vacation. So they have been escrowed at our law firm. The problem is, and I want to make sure this is clear for the record, that escrow agreement needs to be negotiated as to the terms and conditions of the escrow. So yes, I do have those held, If we can't reach an agreement on that escrow, then I would tell you those funds probably need to be returned. But if we're able to go back to mediation and reach some sort of agreement on those permit fees that are being held in my escrow, then I would recommend a second mediation, because I know that was a huge issue. And I don't want to get into any waivers unless I have some specific direction from both Inter-Miami and the city. But Commissioner Herbst was very firm in his position on this, and I, certainly understand why. But those fees, those permit fees, have now been deposited in my trust account, and I just would look for further direction from this commission as to whether, with that, you want me to make another effort to try to resolve these issues. Look, you got good business people on both sides of this. You've got a lot of time and money invested on both sides of this, and I would tell you that having had the good fortune of being mayor of this city for 9 years and working with John Herbst as city auditor, I understand, John knows numbers, John understands business. So my suggestion would be, unless the city attorney or someone says differently, is let's try to get a second day of this mediation now that and then try to work out this issue on how you want to handle this permit fees, but see if we can't make a good faith effort at resolving this.
All right. Well, I think that's one issue, and certainly I'd like to hear from Mr. Alvarez under what terms that you proffered the permit fee funds and what kinds of terms you expect the escrow agreement to contain.
Let me just, before I do that, let me just say, so they were proffered under a communication that was sent as to these are the permit fees and escrow. My response to them was this escrow needs to be mutually agreed upon and negotiated. Otherwise, Dean, as a real estate attorney, the escrow is not binding unless both parties agree on the escrow. So I don't know if you want that done on the record or off the record. And I guess, again, I would defer to the city manager on that and the city attorney, Dwayne Spence, because if you guys reach some agreement on those permit fees, I think in good faith, we certainly should go forward with the additional day of mediation, see if we can't make more progress and bridge that gap a little bit.
Well, I'm trying to. I think that this process needs to be as transparent as possible. And what did the letter contain as it was proffered? What was the terms that they submitted it under? Do you have a copy of it handy?
I have an email, but I don't have the.
Okay.
I don't know if you have that email available. Or?
Yeah, I have the letter.
Yeah.
But I don't need the letter to tell you what its terms are. Let's go back to the mediation and the 9-hour marathon. The request for an escrow was made early on in the mediation process, and the response from the city was, quote unquote, if that money goes into escrow, you'll never see it back. And
Well,
so
I'm just asking, under what terms did you tender it?
So what we proposed under the escrow is that pending resolution of the three issues, which are determining what's going to be built on the park by consensus, addressing the issue of the reimbursement for getting the site pad ready, and addressing the issues of the fees, that those monies would be dispersed accordingly. And so we asked then for the yellow line not being used, and to extend whatever temporary certificate of occupancy that is needed to continue to operate until we get this resolved. So those are the only two conditions from the city.
Mayor, I feel obligated to step in at this point.
Yeah, please do.
That reference to a direct quote is factually false. That statement was never made. And if you need confirmation of that, I would ask Rhonda Hassan, who was the attorney that was representing the city, to corroborate that, please.
All right, and I believe you.
No, Mayor, this is very important.
Yeah.
This is very important. I do not want anybody putting things on the record that are categorically false.
Okay, and I believe you. That's why I want everything on the. I think it's best we have this discussion here because it's not fair for people to be misquoted. So, so the thing is, Stephanie, can you please repeat for us what the terms of the escrow are that as it's been tendered?
the main issues were that Inter Miami wanted the right to receive the money back if either the city and Inter Miami reached an impasse. Inter Miami asked that obviously with Messi coming and starting to play in July, the parking is even more critical than it was before. So we asked that the yellow lot be opened back up while we negotiate through mediation. And I think, and what was it? That was it.
An extension of the temporary
Parking.
certificate of occupancy is pending.
And the extension of the temporary certificate of occupancy is the third one. Those were the three.
Well, right now, what is the debt? How long of a period of time does the certificate of occupancy temporary, the TCO?
That are good every 30 days. So we have, I think, about 15, 20 days left, something like that.
All right. So you've paid the permit fees, right?
We put 1.4 million in escrow, subject to the city accepting those terms. Yes.
All right. So
It was 1.4?
1.4, yes.
Okay, thank you.
And where? I'm sorry, Jack. Can you come up to the mic?
Mayor, if I can, with regards to the TCO, just to remind you, as I've stated on several occasions before, the TCO is outside of the prerogative of the city commission. It's not a term that we can negotiate. It's solely the responsibility of the building official and his determination as whether or not he can issue the extension to the temporary certificate of occupancy.
Okay, I understand that.
Okay, I can confirm I am holding 1.4 million in my trust account.
Okay. So but there's one issue here that hasn't been addressed, and that is with regard to the park. What is it going to take? You're saying that you couldn't perform because you didn't have a specific design for the 20 acres upon which you could take action. So you're saying that you've never received any kind of design or layout or schematic. I thought that AECom prepared something for us. John, can you help us out on that?
AECom did prepare something for us, which the commission has approved. There is a design that has been approved at this point in time. They are in the process of taking that, I believe, from the 30% design stage to the 65% design stage, at which time I think it will be ready to put out to bid. Correct me if I'm wrong, City Manager.
So I don't know about the percentage, and I'm going to ask Carl to come up and provide that exact.
I would also like to know when, and was that a vote? We approved a design?
At when their design plan, we had a consensus of the commission at that time that we agreed on that. I don't know that needed to come to a separate vote.
Yeah, I don't think that's approving. I don't think that's approving a design.
We
That
approved
was to start.
AECom, but we didn't approve the design, right?
It was to start the work order to start the design.
Right.
But as far as percentage complete, I'm going to ask Carl Williams to provide what is the first deliverable.
And also, City Manager, I just need some clarification on the contract agreement. Talking about design and the park. Do both parties, meaning Beckham and also the city, have to agree on a design for the park? Or City Attorney, maybe you can answer that.
I can answer that. Section 3.01 of the agreement requires that the qualified projects design and construction be approved by both Inter Miami and the city.
So we would have to approve a design, and then it would also have to be approved by Inter Miami?
The way that the section is actually
It says to the satisfaction of, I think, is the wording.
The way that it's contemplated is that actually Miami Beckham United was supposed to take care of the design work, bring a design to the city for approval, and they mutually agree on that approved design and move forward with that design for the project. I think negotiations at commission meetings with the prior commission resulted in the commission or some agreement where the commission would proffer a design to Miami Beckham instead of that being a part of their overall design for the qualified project.
All right. So to your point, yes, it needs to be a mutual consent to the design. That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
And to your point, Mr. Alvarez, you're indicating that you could not have built the park, and based on what we're just being told, we don't even have final designs. So I guess you could not have built the park until now because we have yet to have submitted a design to you. Is that what you're saying?
That's absolutely correct. If you look at the language in the comprehensive agreement, it expressly states the 6 or 7 deliverables that Miami Beckham United and the city agreed to, right? The running trail, walking trail, dog park, playgrounds, etc. The city, on its own initiative, wanted to do something more expansive than that. That is not our responsibility. We have always been ready and prepared to deliver on the 6 or 7 things that we've agreed to with the city as enumerated in the comprehensive agreement, but the city has added splash pads, swimming pools, a community center, all kinds of different things. Most recently, less than 2 months ago, we were introduced to the concept of pickleballs. So the idea that the city has agreed internally, approved a design that they want, and then socializes with us to get our consent and have mutual agreement, that has not happened. The other thing that has to happen, because we keep talking about the 4 corners of the agreement, the 4 corners of the agreement doesn't have any language regarding any of those additionals. So technically, if you wanted to be a constructive on the 4 corners of the agreement, the only things that could be built on that park with our consensus are the 6 things that are enumerated there. In addition to that, the comprehensive agreement has no financial figure as to the amount of money that is to be invested in developing the park. That also has to be reached an agreement. But if you go by the strict interpretation of the 4 corners, you're not there.
Okay, so in terms of...
Hang on one
go
minute.
ahead. Go ahead.
Mayor,
Go ahead.
I have to disagree with one thing. So while I would agree with Mr. Alvarez that Inter-Miami is not required to construct any of the other amenities that the neighborhood has expressed a desire to have built there, we have long talked about and put money from our parks bond towards building those additional amenities. We've been talking about that for many years. This is not something new.
Yeah, I think
well,
you're
wait,
right.
No,
I think
I
you're
want
right.
to finish with something else. He
Okay.
said nothing else can be built there. So I want to clarify, we can build whatever we want to on a city park. I would absolutely agree. I would never ask you to pay for something that's not part of the contract, but I take issue with the fact that I can't build something else on the park if that's what my neighborhood is looking for. So we can come back and build anything on that park at any time in the future that we want to. You don't control the use of that park in perpetuity.
I'll read you the language in 3.01.
Before you do that, could I,
design,
I'm sorry, Bob, before you do that, could I just get a clarification, Commissioner Herbst? What neighborhood are we talking about? You mentioned neighborhood, but
Sure.
what neighborhood?
So Palm Air Village East, Palm Air Village West, Twin Lakes, Imperial Point, Coral Ridge Isles, all the neighborhoods that are in general proximity to the airport.
Okay.
And actually everybody from District 1 that might want to use the park.
Or District 2.
Or
3
District
4.
2, or District 4, or anybody else.
Or District 3.
So Commissioner Moritas held a number of workshops where she invited people to come, as we do with all of our parks, where we hold charrettes, and we ask people to come and talk about the types of amenities that they're looking for in a community park. And so she had many of those meetings, and there were a number of items, and I'm glad you brought them up, that the community said that they were interested in seeing. Now, not all of them made it to the final draft that we've seen, which was prepared back in June of 2021, but many of them did, and it included the community center. It included a splash pad for children. It included a fitness area, and just recently we did add pickleball courts, because what we've learned is that pickleball is the fastest growing sport in America. And in fact, there was just an article in the Wall Street Journal talking about how people plan their vacations around pickleball throughout the country. So we realized that in order to make this an active destination park for everybody, that's a great feature to add to the park, and it's one that, again, we would never ask Miami Beckham to assume the responsibility for building something that's not in the contract. We would always plan on funding that out of the Parks Bond, which is designated for Lockhart Park. So I think we have the capacity, the ability, the engagement of the community to go ahead and do this. So, but yes, we have a number of communities around there that
taken. Just one second. I just want to. I agree with Commissioner Herbst that the city does have funding for that, for those other aspects of it, the pickleball and so forth. and so there was no real expectation that Inter Miami was going to pay for those things. But go ahead now.
Yep, and Inter Miami, from the beginning, has been supportive of any ideas or visions that the city has for that park. But I want to read, for the record, the provision.
Sure.
Because
Go ahead.
This idea that there's a unilateral right to do whatever the city wants on that parcel of land is actually not accurate and is in violation of the terms of the agreement. I'll read it to you. The qualified project's design and construction must be acceptable to Miami Beckham and the city, period. We've been dealing with this issue, and I've been told numerous times the four corners of the agreement, the four corners of the agreement. We've had a partnership with the city. It's been a great partnership, beneficial to both of us. I had an understanding with the prior administration, with the prior city manager, with the prior city attorney, and some members of this commission on certain deliverables on behalf of the city, and there was a compromise from behalf of Inter Miami that we would work with the city and accommodate the city in all of its asks, including all of these additions.
Okay,
but the contract can't be interpreted one way when it's beneficial to the city and another way when it's beneficial.
Absolutely. So what I would say to that, again, the contract provides in Section 3-08C that if Miami Beckham fails to build the park, that the sole remedy that the city has is to build it at our expense.
Right.
So,
but let's
so
But
if
that's
there
to
does
build
not-
the park that we agree on.
Wait. Let's
No.
just there's a confusion here. Okay, the part of the park that we would ask you to pay for is what you would get to approve, but the part of the park that we are paying for, I don't think the agreement contemplates your participating in the approval of that. I think that's I don't think we're in disagreement there, are we?
I think that language, it's pretty clear, and
But wasn't that language only put in there just so that you would get you would have the right to approve what you're paying for? If we're paying for it,
Mayor, this agreement is a comprehensive agreement to build a qualified project. The qualified project included the stadium, the training facility, and a community park.
Okay.
All right. So they were supposed to construct the entire thing, and what the agreement builds in is a approval process in which both the city and Miami Beckham approves of the entire development. So we have a conceptual site plan or design that was provided by Miami Beckham with regards to the community park site. They submitted that, and that was
that's
not
the
approved.
exhibit to the comprehensive agreement.
Correct. The fact that we haven't come to terms with regards to what that design is does not forfeit the city's right to seek a remedy in getting that community park constructed. Our sole remedy then, if we don't come to an agreement, is for the city to actually build it completely at our cost.
Well, I understand that. Not at our cost.
At Miami Beckham's cost.
Right. So,
Well,
but the thing is, but Commissioner Herbst just indicated to us that we haven't even completed the design yet. So how could we have suggested a design to Inter Miami to approve, and to fund, and to build if we
So I
don't
think
even
the
have
parties
design
are.
yet?
I think the parties are at agreement that there is an issue with the July 18th date. The qualified project includes all three aspects, and they all need to have been completed by July 18th, regardless of how the efforts. They may assume that their efforts have been frustrated. The agreement is as the agreement states, and I think it still needs to be amended with whatever terms you all come to an agreement with. I think we're kind of clear on that. I think the meeting of the minds, I rather not dispute on a minor detail that of whether or not they can prevent us from building a park versus whether or not we can continue to build a park, to get to the meat of the crux of the matter as to whether or not what is the way forward in getting to the construction of the park.
Well, that is the point here.
Well, but I also want to clarify something that I think I heard, Mr. Attorney. So the implication from Mr. Alvarez is that we can't ever build anything on this park ever again for the next 50 years without their consent. That's how he just read the contract. Is that how we view it?
That is absolutely not how we view it, and I think to further, I wouldn't want to debate that because I don't think it's helpful towards getting to a resolution. I don't even know why it was introduced, because obviously Inter Miami has, over time, has indicated their desire to have us build a community park there. So I'm not really understanding where that gets them to suggest that we can't build a park unless they approve it.
Just again, for the record, right? The community site improvements are defined in the comprehensive agreement and they're enumerated. So the only thing that there is consensus on are those 6 deliverables. Anything else in addition to that?
We agree.
Okay.
We agree it's defined and that what it states with regards to community site improvements are what you're obligated to pay for. We agree with that.
So can I just
Yeah,
suggest
go
something?
ahead.
So what you're hearing, I mean, when we got into mediation, and again, you've got good legal arguments on both sides of this. You've got a document that has some issues. I'm going to tell you, it's got issues for both of them. They got issues Inter Miami doesn't like. It's got issues the city doesn't like. That's the reality of that document that we're now governed by. Having said that, there's essentially about 4 issues here. First issue is the issue of the permit fees. The second issue is the issue of the demolition costs. The third issue is the issue of the park construction and who pays for what based upon the way it's written in the agreement as to what's required to be paid by Inter Miami versus what is on the city wish list. I don't think there's a dispute on the fact that we understand Inter Miami would be, as the mediator, and I think they would be liable for that which is set forth in the agreement as to the park expense. We made progress on that. The last issue is going to be timing. And this is Tom, I'm going to tell you, as the mediator and as the former mayor, you guys need to get back into the room and see if we can't get something done. Because if you don't, this park's going to be delivered years from now, and on both sides. And we're not pointing fingers, but by the time you figure out these issues, as Dwayne just laid out, and as John has expressed, and Mr. Pablo here has expressed, you're going to be sitting there with making no progress. And there's really those 4 issues. And so I think if we can work out the issues, and we all made progress on those issues. We moved closer together. Did we move as far as Commissioner Herbst wanted? Absolutely not. Did we move as far as Inter Miami wanted? Absolutely not. But I believe if you're going to get this project done and get this park completed, you're going to need, I think, to get back in the room and figure out where the compromise is going to come from, because you've just heard one of the issues is this contract is not clear. And I promise you, if you go to court, you'll be sitting here in 25 saying, well, when can we start construction on the park? And
Well,
that's
there's-
going to be a problem.
And
So
there's another intangible too, and that is that we are now going to experience an increased interest in participating at the games at the stadium. And as a host city, we should do our best to try to be as accommodating as possible. So that's another issue, but that's not part of the contract, and that's not part of the 4 points that you raised. But it's something that we still need to consider if we're going to continue to be the host city for the future games. So I think you need some direction now, and I think we'll start with the park. So Commissioner Herbst has indicated that we are at 40 to 60% design stage of AECOM's work, and I think that we need to be presenting that then. We're still within the time frame in which the contract is still in effect. So we need to present that to Inter Miami for their participation and collaboration in agreeing to that design being the design for that park area. Number 2, I don't know where we are with regard to the reimbursement for
Mayor,
the demolition costs. Yeah.
Mayor, can we take these one at a time? I think that'd be helpful.
Sure. Go ahead.
So I have a schedule for the design, and right now I have a design deliverable to be September 2024, design and permitting.
Design what? September 20 what?
September 2024.
A design?
Design and permitting.
Design and permitting.
What?
And I wanted to ask.
Wait. September of 2024?
Correct. That is
Over
that
a
is the
year from
estimate.
now.
That is the estimate from AECOM.
Right. So it's final design and permitting. So what we have now is we're moving forward with design at this point in time. So they have been provided with the preliminary design. We have given that to them. So they are aware of it. They have received it. So it's not entirely clear to say that they haven't seen the design that we have all seen.
Okay, I
So
don't know.
everybody's gotten it.
I don't know that. Okay.
Everybody's gotten it. So what we're talking about now is obviously as every project happens, you have an early 30% design, which gives you a broad outline of what you're going to do and gives you very preliminary cost estimates, which is what we've seen. And then we issue a task order to our engineers, AECOM, to move forward with that design. So obviously that is going to take a while. So we have a preliminary design with a preliminary breakdown of costs, and now we need to move that forward to the point where we have something that's actionable.
Well, I agree, but there's certainly not an opportunity for Inter-Miami to be building anything at this point because we don't even have the design yet. So to your point, yes, we don't know what we want yet. So that design, well, no, I'm saying we do generally, but not with specificity, which we need from AECOM to complete their design work.
Right, and we don't have costs.
And we don't have costs either.
Right, because their original costs were a little crazy, and I have issues with that. We have a program manager that's also, doing work, and I don't know about all that, but, I know that we just approved pickleball in Snyder Park for a fraction of the cost that I saw that was proposed for the pickleball courts over at Lockhart.
Yeah, I
So
agree with you.
Just,
That was-
just
that
an
was
example,
ridic- that
just
was
an example.
ridiculous, yeah.
But I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, so in terms of completing the park, we would need, as a commission, to make a decision as to extending the completion date for the construction of the park because we still are waiting for the design. So that, I think, in deference to Inter-Miami, we need to extend that date because we have to give them the opportunity to build something after we complete the design work. Wouldn't that make sense?
So the only thing I would suggest at this point is we're negotiating from the dais once again, which I have cautioned you many times in the past is a very bad approach. So once again, the commission has designated me as the point person to negotiate with the team. Nothing has changed unless the commission wants to change that consensus. So rather than each 5 of us throwing out what we think are the best and appropriate terms, I suggest we move forward with the idea of we continue mediation or we don't. I has expressed to Mayor Seiler that I was always happy to continue conversations. The issue that we got hung up on at the time had to do with the building permit fees. I said because you may recall that the commission's position was that without payment of the building permit fees by a date certain, that parking was terminated.
All right, so now we have them in escrow.
Right.
Can we extend the parking?
I'm happy to extend the parking and continue to talk with them in a spirit of partnership and collaboration, which has been my approach all throughout. I think the only thing that may be a sticking point is their request that if mediation fails, that the building permit fees then get released to them. I do think that's something we need to think about because the building permit fees are not in dispute.
All right, well, let's just take it one thing at a time. So,
well, I think that's what needs to be in the escrow agreement, though.
Well, that may be, but let's just go back. So, in terms of the parking license, we need to extend that. Then, where do we have it at this point, Dwayne? What's the date?
None.
Well, the agreement expired,
Has
so you would have
expired.
to enter. We'd have to bring a new agreement to the next city
All right,
commission
well, this
meeting.
commission only meets one more time before its break.
But we also have July 18th hanging over us.
Right.
Also,
Well, I know.
for-
I'm getting to
Okay,
that.
I'm sorry.
getting to that. We have to. This commission has one more meeting, which is July 5th, I believe.
Yes.
And I doubt the mediation is going to be able to conclude before then with any result. So I'd recommend to the commission that we extend the parking till after we get back, so we have an opportunity to review what the results of the mediation is. That's my recommendation.
Well, again, my recommendation is that you leave that authority with me to negotiate rather than granting it in advance. You're granting something without getting anything in return.
But John,
Yes, sir.
we're not meeting, and then the commission has to make that decision.
No, I'm just saying,
The
you have
commission has to make
authorized me, you've authorized me to negotiate. If we can negotiate agreeable terms, and I'm agreeable to an extension of the parking, I don't have a problem. I communicated this
So let's
to
just do
them.
it now, so that's one less thing on the agenda. Let's just agree to extend the parking.
In exchange for?
Well, they've delivered the 1.4 million.
No, they have not. We have not executed a
An escrow
an
agreement.
escrow agreement. So at this point in time, we have nothing.
So let's just talk about the escrow agreement again. The
Well, now
terms-
we're negotiating from the dais again.
Well,
but okay.
I mean, John, the last time we had the mediation, it resulted in an impasse. So I don't want that to happen again. I
Well,
want there to be
I
want there to be results.
Well, and I think what you're seeing now, Mayor, the fact that we are back at the table again reflects the fact that they understand that deadlines are deadlines. And so they were unwilling to proffer the full amount before because they didn't take us seriously. Now they take us seriously. So let's move forward now, understanding the position of the parties. I will negotiate in good faith, as I have all along.
Mayor,
That
I want to propose something because I see where this is going and I see where we've gotten to this point. I am going to offer to the commission that from this point on, it should be the mayor of the city in negotiations on this project right now. I am more comfortable with you leading or the entire commission in mediation. I think we have to just mix it up a little bit here because I've seen what's happened up to this point. I know where this is going to go. And I feel that really at this point in time, it should be you as the mayor in mediation, and we should be giving you that authority as opposed to a district commissioner. I'll be very happy to see how my colleagues feel, but at this point, this is very serious. We have a lot of deadlines of us. I think it needs a new approach, and I believe that because of the July 18th, because of the parking, we know on July 21, we're projected to see a worldwide star appearing. We're adding 3,000 seats to the stadium. I believe that at this point in time, and I would thank Herbst for his work to this point, but I believe going forward, it should be the mayor of the city representing the commission in negotiations, or each of us in that room together. That's my position.
Actually, you bring up a really good point, Commissioner Glassman. So I'd like to ask Mr. Alvarez, have you pulled a building permit for those additional 3,000 seats and paid the building permit fees related to those, as well as the associated parking requirements associated with the additional seats?
We have not started construction on the additional seats. We have not pulled a permit and we have not started construction.
Is there a construction trailer out there right now for it?
I don't know the answer to that, but we have not started and we know that we can't do that without a building permit.
Or are you going to pay the building permit fees for the expansion?
I don't know the answer.
Okay, thank you.
Well, that's another issue.
It's all the same issue, Mayor.
Yeah. Okay. Commissioner Sturman, do you have any? I mean, you want to participate in this discussion, or are you good with what's being said so
I think
far?
Warren looked very happy down there.
Holy
Very
jeez.
quiet back there.
You want me to come out from under the desk over here? Commissioner Vice Mayor Beasley and myself were comfortably underneath the table here hiding. I have several thoughts going on here. But Mr. Alvarez, if you could do me a favor, I'm having a hard time hearing you. So when you come up, if you could just get a little closer to the microphone, that's all. I mean, I like to hear a few things. Just to put the tone here for the city, I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled that we have a team here. I don't like us being at odds. I'd love to have a resolution here. It's not us versus them. I've said this before. I represent District 4, but I serve the city. I serve the community, and even the business community are part of the I've had. And I'm not a good negotiator, so I'm not want to be part of this. I'm right off the bat. I've deferred to my colleagues over there. I mean, John, he's right in the thick of it, so I've sort of played a role in the back, just supporting whoever is negotiating. The problem I've had up until this point, and apparently I'm finding out now is a whole different tone, is we needed some good faith. You know, I've heard that, there's building permit fees. I've heard several things. I'm going to talk about that in a second. There was an offer for $500,000 into escrow, $1 million to escrow, going back and forth. No escrow was put in anywhere with escrow. Meetings were not being held. People were missing meetings. And at a certain point, I was out of the loop. I'm not part of that. And, then I was told by the city attorney that permit fees have nothing to do. We have to be absolutely out of the loop with permit fees. It has nothing to do with us. It's not something legally we can waiver or we can
have any part of. So I'm getting information left and right. I'll get into that in a second. Hold on for a second, Mr. Spence. I'm hearing now that $1.4 million has been paid into escrow. That, I mean, that has to be worked out to escrow itself, but that now is showing there is a good faith effort going forward with that, seeing that has been put in there. I didn't know that until this moment. I've been heard over and over again, $500,000, $1 million, 1.4 back and forth. 1.4 million is in escrow, so that, I mean, that is a good faith effort that I'm seeing right here. I know John has concerns over the fact that you go one round of mediation, boom, it goes right back, and it's a hollow gesture. But I don't think so. I think it is something that we have to hammer out what happens with the escrow. But if that's the case, I think I would love to have the city and the team working together. This is something that's good for the community as a whole. Now let's go back for 1 second. And I don't know my role here. If you could, city attorney, if you could clarify that. What can we and can we not do with the permit fees? And we've had conversations again back and forth. If you go on the record, what you've told me in private.
So the city has no authority to waive permit fees outside of like what we did with the state of the emergencies, and that's not even waiving the permit fees. That's providing reimbursement for the permit fees. So that is what I've advised in the past.
Okay. So now, since I first met with Inter Miami, and I haven't met with them since, I believe that the city commission does not have the authority as a body to waive the fees as a whole. Even if we wanted to, we can't waive the fees. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so that is something that I didn't, that does complicate that. That's number one. Number two, John in his neighborhood does need a park. And whatever we could do to facilitate, I think we're all sort of on the same page, whatever we could do to facilitate that and going forward. The one hand, good faith effort, the 1.4 million, Inter Miami does need parking. It does that's something that they do need for their fans. I don't think anybody wants bad publicity going anywhere around. I think that we should make a good, earnest effort going back to mediation, looking at, at least temporarily allowing parking over there. And let's see what we could do to facilitate John and District 1 getting that park built, whatever we could do. And I think, this could be a win-win for everybody, and I think that's a way to start. And it's the attitude, too. I mean, you're not adversaries. We like having you here. We want to all work together, and going back to mediation with that thought. That's my thought.
When does the season end?
October.
October?
Well, the optimism of Pablo said it could go past October with the playoffs, but it would be October without the playoffs.
Okay. Well, we know it's going to go into playoffs then.
I suspect with Messi, you may go further than you
Right.
are thinking we're going today. But
All right. So in terms of the parking, can the commission agree to extend the parking? One less thing to impose, John, in the mediation. Let's just get a couple of things settled so that John's responsibilities is sort of narrowed to some of the other salient issues, such as the reimbursement of the demolition as well as the park issue. I think the commission should be able to go ahead and make an extension of the use of the parking space.
So Mayor, if I can, and that's kind of where we were in mediation. So again, I'm willing to extend parking to the end of the season. I offered that up when we were in mediation.
Okay.
Okay, I have no problem with offering up parking through the end of the season. My goal is not to impact the team, their patrons, or anybody else with respect to that. All I want to see is our building permit fees are paid and that I don't want to see those go away, because I think you're right. I think we should remove that from mediation. I think what we should be discussing in mediation are those issues that are actually in dispute.
Right.
What's in dispute is demolition.
Right.
What's in dispute is the timeline and construction for the park. There are some items that, we are legitimately apart on because of how the comprehensive agreement and the interim comprehensive agreement were both drafted and how they were kind of rushed through the process, quite candidly. Having watched that,
Well,
I know
we were
under a
on
deadline.
timeline. Yeah.
I understand every bit of it.
Right.
Because I was there. I watched it. I listened to it. I participated in it. So I think what we should say is what's not in dispute is building permit fees, as City Attorney Spence has just outlined, are legally required and cannot be waived, and we have no choice with that. And so I would simply say, pay the building permit fees irrefutably are due and owed and should be paid. And again, as I indicated during mediation, I am more than happy to concede to parking through the end of the season. I am trying to be as accommodating as I think I can while still respecting the financial requirements and legal requirements that the city has. Because again, and I've said this before, the Performing Arts Center paid millions of dollars in building permit fees for the building we're in right now.
Mm-hmm.
The Panthers are paying millions of dollars in building permit fees for the building right behind us that they're constructing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to set a precedent that gives anybody the idea that building permit fees can somehow be waived or are at the discretion of the commission. They are non-discretionary. So let's take those off the table once and for all, and let's extend parking to the end of the season. This is what I proffered the first time. I will proffer it again.
So I think hearing from Mr. Spence that we don't even have that choice, right? I mean, the permit fees have to be paid for any building permit that has been issued, and that's the same policy going forward for any modifications to the site that you contemplate. So, but
Mayor, just if I could, just it also taking that off the table also takes the parallel regulatory process, makes that a little more certain as well, because again, the TCO extensions, the property can't get a CO until those fees are paid. That's a condition precedent to getting the final CO. So, that makes the parallel regulatory process a little cleaner if we take the fees out of the equation.
okay, I don't know if Mr. Alvarez has the authority here to allow for a disbursement, but the money has been put into escrow for those purposes. So perhaps the mediation can define the escrow and go ahead.
So, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay. So what distinguishes the issue, it's not whether we're debating whether the building and impact and impact fees are payable. There's a very basic principle, the right of offset. We're owed a credit from the city. And we've said when we've settled that credit with the city, use the proceeds that we're owed to apply to the permit fees. And
I know that in your head you think that makes sense, and it probably does, but we're a governmental agency and we're defined by the rules of government, and that's the problem. And so building permit fees have to be paid. We cannot waive them. In my head, yes. In your head, you could probably try to offset it based on a claim that Inter Miami has for the demolition costs. I think that's been asserted by you for a number of months now, if not a couple of years, but we're not there yet. We're not there in determining what that amount is. So the city's prepared to write a check to you if we are found to be responsible. I don't think anyone is in disagreement with that, but we definitely know that the permit fees are due. That's from our city attorney. We cannot waive that. The law doesn't let us. So that's where we are. Now, I know you don't have the authority to make that decision, but going into mediation, I just want you to know that, that we don't have that authority.
I'll even add a little more to that, Mayor, because I think that's important. There is no right to offset because the building permit fees are legally restricted by the state of Florida. They are in a special revenue fund that can only be expended for those activities associated with the enforcement of the Florida Building Code. The funds which you are seeking from us for demolition are general fund. okay? That is unrestricted municipal dollars that comes from a variety of sources, including ad valorem taxes that can be spent on any valid municipal purpose. These two things cannot be and should not be and must not be commingled in any way, shape, or form.
And I agree with that 100%. That's why there's a recommendation from staff that says, quote unquote, the city will pay those fees on behalf of Inter Miami. If you want it, I'll submit it for the record. I'll read it to you.
What is this? What is that?
This is City Manager's Office presentation, July 6, 2021. Appropriation of funds balance, general fund, Inter Miami CF building permit fees. Inter Miami CF has transformed the city of Fort Lauderdale Lockhart site, which is and will continue to be owned by the city, into its permanent training complex. Inter Miami CF played its first season in Fort Lauderdale. Sports teams have a positive economic impact on communities. Many local governments support sport teams through a variety of incentives. Inter Miami has incurred $1.4 million in permit and inspection-related expenses related to the construction of the new stadium and training facility, which is owned by the city of Fort Lauderdale. Staff recommends that the City Commission approve appropriation of funds in the amount of $1,399,203 from the city general funds to pay for the building permit fees related to Lockhart Stadium and training facility on behalf of Inter Miami CF.
Mr. Alvarez, is that document actually came before our city commission?
It was never voted on, though. And it was never presented to the commission.
So,
we
you
never
know,
voted on that.
as you all know, all of our documents, including draft documents, are open to public records, which is why a draft document that's drafted by staff, probably before our office's review, got into their hands. And in this document that's presented, it actually has it as stricken language in a red strike through language. So I'm certain that a staff person may have well-meaningly wrote this language, but probably in consultation with the city attorney's office, it did not move forward because they understood the restrictions of law.
Just to try to move this along and try to get, because I think
help us out here.
That document there was produced by both the city and Inter Miami. So it was a draft, I believe, commission memo that was prepared. I don't think it was voted on, as you pointed out, or someone pointed out. I want you guys to focus for a second on the big issue. I shouldn't say just guys, Commissioner Pittman.
She's one of us.
No, listen. This is a commission that has got to step back and look at the big picture here. The big picture here is you have got an asset out there off of Commercial Boulevard that can be a huge asset to the community and a huge asset to Inter Miami. And at the end of the day, there can be a win-win. And I think the thing you all have to step back on, I know we're talking about you're going to move AECom along. You know, AECom could spend a year coming up with something next September, and it isn't going forward because of the language in an agreement that you guys negotiated saying it has to be mutually agreed upon. At the same time, Inter Miami could spend a year doing their parking out there and it's not going forward because it's on park space and it has to be mutually agreed upon. So taking a step back and looking at the big picture, I think you guys got to figure out, A, the permit fees, if they get applied, whether it be accredited or set off, or they get paid and you figure it out on the back end. You got the demolition costs. But the most important thing, I think, when you're looking at the public watching this meeting, they want this park. And this park's in a standoff if you all can't come to an agreement with Inter Miami. Because AECom could go in and design this park, and because it falls under this community plan, you're going to have Inter Miami saying, hey, we don't agree to this plan. And you heard what the city attorney said. Or they could design their parking and the city can say, we don't agree to this plan. It's a mutual agreement. And that's the reason I think mediation needs to happen, so you can get into a room and reach a mutual agreement. And I believe there can be a win-win. I believe you can, rather than have AECom go 40% down the road with development, I think you can have AECom design a parking lot that we maybe turn or twist or move that doubles up for use for both. Then Commissioner Herbst, who very much wants park amenities, and rightfully so, we can slide those park amenities somewhere else. And I will say this, at mediation, Commissioner Herbst was very flexible in terms of, hey, we've got to move a pickleball field or a soccer field or a lacrosse field. Let's do it. But if you guys keep going on this parallel path where they don't intersect, this park's never going to get done. And this is not going to be a good relationship for the city and Inter Miami. So my words of encouragement are get back into mediation. Let's design this park. Let's figure out the math and move this thing forward. And you got a win-win. You get to deliver a park to the neighborhoods, all the neighborhoods of the city. And at the same time, Inter Miami has a successful run at this location until they have to move to Miami. And, you know, respectfully, I'm not sure, you know, I'm sure Pablo doesn't want to hear that, but whether that stadium gets built on time in Miami, who knows? I mean, they certainly built this stadium quick. There's a lot of moving parts.
So to the extent that we need to deal with the parking, are we in agreement then if we defer to mediation but allow the parking to take place until the end of the season? Are we okay with that as a commission?
I'm okay with that.
Depends on the comprehensive, depends on the escrow agreement, Mayor, depends on the escrow agreement. I don't want to agree to parking till the end of their season, have mediation fall apart, and then we lose the building permit fees.
Well, we're not going to lose the building permit
Yes,
fees.
we are. We're going to have to then litigate to get the building permit fees, and I don't want to do that.
I don't think that's correct. But
So tell me how we get the building permit fees if mediation fails to reach a conclusion.
Without negotiating from the dais.
No, I've been trying not to do that, but
suggestion would
apparently
be
this is the goal.
I know.
So
My
if we're going to
suggestion
do
would be
that,
you draft the escrow agreement in such a manner that if they are paid at the end of the mediation, that both sides stipulate that it can be applied as a credit or a set-off on the demolition issue and on the park issue.
So the city would
Therefore,
pay.
it's
The
without-
city
we
would
can't
pay.
do that, Mayor,
No,
Mayor,
I-
please. We
I-
can't do that because it requires an appropriation for us to be able to do that. We can't bind a future commission
I
to
agree.
doing that. And this is going to be into the next budget year. So we cannot take an offset, excuse me, hold on, please. This is a critical thing. Okay, this is an amount that is due from 3 years ago. We cannot bind a future commission to appropriate money in a next year's budget subject to this. We can't do that in an escrow agreement. And I would defer to the city attorney, but I'm reasonably confident on this one.
I would believe there's a way to draft this escrow, because just as that commission memo suggested, at some point, that, you know, and I understand you cannot waive it, and you can't give a credit. What I'm
We
saying
can't
is,
offset it.
but you can put in there that just as we're going to apply general revenue to pay a permit fee by a vote of the commission, I'm sure you could work that language in. The city manager could look at this, but to me, we're wrapped up on this issue, and believe me, I think you both have your legal arguments, but you're wrapped up on this issue, and the bigger picture is going to be the development of this park, and it is going to get delayed and lost. And I think if we can get back into mediation, come up with a joint plan for the park as required by the agreement. This commission can't vote to impose a park, and Inter Miami can't impose a park.
Okay, so let me ask.
where are you gonna
Let me
be?
ask Pablo. Can you come to the microphone? Can you make the statement tonight that Inter Miami admits that it is responsible for paying the permit fees in connection with the construction of the Drive Pink Stadium?
Yes.
That's a yes, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But you have to caveat that.
Well, just leave it at that right now, okay? The rest is for mediation. But John, I think that should be sufficient.
No, because it's a caveat that is to release the building permit fees to us in the event that mediation fails a second time. If we reach impasse a second time, then the building permit fees get released back to them. I find unacceptable solution. Again, those building permit fees are due and owed to the city. They are overdue. And again, we can't commit to releasing funds back to them. Not do this.
With all due respect, the challenge is that on the one hand, we hear that, you know, let's not negotiate on the dais, and on the other hand, we wake up on that no contractual claims to any refund from the city based on the four corners of the agreements. So basically, I'm reading that it's saying I'm going to take your $1.4 million and I'm not even going to enter into discussions or negotiations with you as to the refund that you're owed. By definition, an escrow is something is put in place pending an outcome. I started the meeting by saying that we were prepared to put money in escrow, but we didn't put the money in escrow because we were told unequivocally that the money would never come back. And I think Commissioner Herb went on the record again to say that if we put the money in escrow, it will never come back. And so it's not an escrow.
Mr. Spence, do you have any thoughts on this?
He's correct in a sense that there's no need to escrow the money if he's just going to pay the building permit fees. It's being escrowed pending the outcome of the event. So the decision, I mean, but as we've stated, the fees have to be paid. It's not.
Yeah, the thing
it's
is,
a
the fees have to be
undisputed-
paid, and if the city owes you for the demolition, then we'll write you a check. I mean,
Exactly.
we're good for it.
That's right. It's not like we don't pay once we lose.
So are we.
So, well, but the thing, it was, but by law, they were supposed to have been paid
Wait,
by
I think
now.
we have an agreement between John and
Yeah, I
Pablo on something here.
Actually.
Good job, Jack. Good job.
There's no doubt. I mean, I just read Las Vegas, $300 million for a baseball stadium. To date, the city of Fort Lauderdale has contributed.
Wait, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. You have to be in front. You have to be in front of the microphone.
We're good for it. The comprehensive agreement talked about a $60 million investment, $170 million. The city to date has not written a single dollar to Inter Miami. $170 million.
But that has nothing to do with the. That has nothing to do with the permit.
No, my
fees.
point's saying we're good for it. We're good for it. So this idea.
Well,
that
we're good for it too.
So then why the escrow?
There shouldn't even be an escrow. You just pay the fee and we can move on. That will solve so many problems. We can move on with the parking. You can move forward with adding your additions.
Get
You
the
can-
CO.
You can get your CO. We can, you get your parking. We move forward with the park design, and we can get this entire. I mean, and if we owe you for demolition, that has yet to be determined. I mean, but if it turns out we do owe you, I mean, the city manager brought his checkbook today.
if that's the ask, I will take it back to my principals, and I mean, I'm sure they're.
Okay, then the last meeting we have is July 5th before we break. So that's the point. So I don't know if you have what you have between now and July 5th, but, you know, take it back to your management and see.
They'll be calling me tonight.
Okay, all right. Is that fair?
As I've indicated all along, Mayor, I'm happy to entertain that. Again, it's going to take us a while to construct our facilities, and as I told them early on, I will give you opportunities to utilize the location for your parking. I have never said no. I want to be clear about that. I have never said no, as long as we get paid.
All right, well, our hands are tied with regard to that. Mr. Spence has made that clear.
I've always thought so.
So
But let's, so we're, I mean,
So he's going to come back to us with hopefully a response from his owners that they will pay their fees, because they still got to pay their fees to build the additions, and that's not going to happen unless we know that we get paid for at least the first part. And secondly, there are a lot of other issues that still need to be resolved, which include the demolition costs, which include the park design and payment. And so there's a lot still to be discussed in mediation.
And that's an important point, because there will not be any new building permit fees, building permits issued without payment of outstanding building permit fees. We cannot issue.
Our
any
hands are
building
tied
permit.
there.
So,
Right.
so, Mayor,
So no new seats.
But so, for my clarification, if I'm also hearing, I know you said that they're coming back with what he's authorized to do, but assuming that he's authorized at the close or later tonight to actually pay the building permit fees, the city manager can go ahead with the agreement for the parking.
Yes.
Okay, and then the only reason for them to come back is if they have to have a counter with regards to the parking.
What about July 18th?
That's another question. So are we going to, as a separate issue, were you using the building permit fees as a condition precedent to re-entering the mediation process, or are we allowed to commence with mediation again?
Well, we still have those two other outstanding issues that need to be mediated. So and those
so
two
in a sense, we're bifurcating the issues.
right.
and
So we're
move forward
bifurcating
with
the issues.
mediation.
Right. And let's give John some direction going into mediation. We have to resolve the issue regarding the demolition and who's responsible. What is that? What is all that beeping coming from? All right.
Somebody's charger. Somebody's charger is overcharging.
Okay. And the second thing is with regard to the time frame in which to approve the design and build the park. And those are the other two issues that have to be focused on in mediation. All right.
You're going to need, right?
Yeah, we would need a second amendment to the comp agreement
Well, I understand that at some point.
before the First Amendment expires.
Before July, well, we'll have to promulgate one by July 5th.
Yes, sir.
All right. So, so you'll Pablo, you'll transmit your response to the city manager, because the city manager will then be able to make a decision with regard to the parking based on your decision.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Anything further? Is that expected tonight? Well, within the next couple of days, I guess. Yeah. I don't know where is the management team in town? Can you communicate with them?
I can find them.
Okay. So by tomorrow we should have an answer.
All right. We could. My preference would be, Mr. Alvarez, if we could get an answer to that tonight so that we know when we leave here where we stand, that would be my preference, if possible. I'm not making that a condition. I'm saying I think I would appreciate it. I know my colleagues would appreciate it.
We can vote on it later tonight.
Right. I think that would be very helpful for everybody involved. When we walk out of here tonight, if we all know where we stand, that would be my preference. So if you can make that happen, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Alvarez, Mr. Seiler, thank you very much.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, gentlemen. So, but Jack, if you would still be able to serve as mediator with regard to the other two issues, and we'll set up a mediation time so that we can move forward on those. We're bifurcating the two, and Pablo's going to come back to us with an answer. Hopefully tonight we can vote on it to extend the parking agreement and allow the city manager to go forward and issue the permit.
But so I understand that issue then would be extending it through the end of the season, unconditional.
Correct.
Right. All right. And then the second thing, I'd like to try to get you guys. Including the playoffs. No, but I just would leave it. I'd like to try to get the mediation even done June, July, because I do believe if you want to move forward with the parking and the park, you do not want AECom going down a separate path.
Oh, I agree.
And it needs to get done sooner rather than later. And so I would encourage you, and we might get a global settlement before any of this even blows up. I do believe we can make progress. So
Okay.
I've shared what happened with the city manager and city attorney since they were both involved. And I do think there's an opportunity here to get this thing resolved globally, which would allow everybody to focus your efforts on something else.
Thank you.
All right.
All right. Wait to hear from you, Pablo. Thank you. All right. If there's nothing further on this, we have commissioner reports. Commissioner Herbst? I'm going to use the restroom.
So the only thing I would like to bring up is, and it's been mentioned by other folks before, but we're continuing to have a influx of individuals into our neighborhoods, and they're sleeping behind places like Best Buy and Tesla along the waterways over there. This is an ongoing problem in the district. We have it also over at Target. We're now experiencing an influx of chronically homeless individuals out at the beach in the Galt Ocean Miles and the North Beach Shops area. So I just want to make sure that we are continuing to focus. I know it's been an item for the commission, for everyone, but this is something that I've got to drive home because it's not just an issue with downtown. After we took an aggressive stance with moving the homeless out of Stranahan Park, we didn't eliminate the homeless. We didn't solve the homeless problem. We didn't fix anything. We simply pushed it into our residential neighborhoods. And since that time, these areas in District 1 have experienced an explosion of chronically homeless individuals who are camping out under bushes, aggressively panhandling. I have, again, residents of the Galt and some of my neighbors around the Publix at Target who simply will not shop there. It is unsafe for them in their minds. I'm not saying necessarily that the homeless are engaging in criminal activity, but they are frightening the elderly that come there when they aggressively panhandle them and when they're exhibiting signs of mental illness. And so I just want to continue to encourage the city manager, number one, to look at devoting more resources to our homeless outreach and to focus on getting out into the neighborhoods, not just downtown. This is a problem throughout my district. I continue to meet with Coral Shores, and they are reaching out to, to PD and their representatives, but it's an ongoing problem, and we need to focus more resources on this. If you ever drive up and down Federal Highway and you go to those intersections at Federal and Commercial, Federal and Oakland Park Boulevard, if you look at the folks over at the Walgreens on 26th Street and Federal, if you go under the bridge at Oakland Park Boulevard, on both sides, these are ongoing pervasive problems that are simply getting worse. So I just want to emphasize that we need to continue to target this. This is critical. This is critical quality of life issues. This is health and safety issues. And I just can't emphasize enough the need to focus on these. So thank you.
Vice Mayor.
All right, John is finished. Okay. I don't have as much as I had the last meeting. I got a burst of energy at 1:00 a.m. the last meeting. I just wanted to revisit one of the items that I had suggested during my conference time, my report time during the last meeting. I had suggested that we as a city look at offering our residents sandbags to prepare for hurricane season and possible flooding, and not waiting until a hurricane was named or identified. So I wanted to ask city manager if we have any update or how we can move forward on a discussion to implement such a plan.
Sure. So Chief Golan is working with the Parks Department to start sandbag distribution as early as Saturday. We are formalizing all plans and flyers and outreach as well, efforts so that the public can hold sandbags for the season, not just for a storm. So we do appreciate that feedback and direction, Vice Mayor, and we will have the specifics brought to you all later on, either this week or even as early as this evening.
Thank you. That's all I wanted to ask about today. Thank you.
Very good.
Mayor, I'm sorry, I apologize. Could I ask just a favor of indulgence? I left one item out on mine. And again, I typically like to avoid talking too much, but there was one other thing that's come up from a number of my neighborhoods, and I want to bring this out there. So it has long been the city's policy that our code enforcement is reactive. So when somebody calls, we go out. We have always adopted the perspective since I've been here, with the exception of some code enforcement teams that were active back in 2006 through 2008. But other than that, we've traditionally adopted the perspective that we react to calls for service. But one of the complaints I'm getting is that we've got code officers that are driving past visible code violations on a regular basis, and that's because they've been told not to proactively go out and address that. This is a commission policy and directive to staff, so I'd like us to talk about this. I don't want to make a decision on it. It's something that I think we need to revisit because I don't want to be the code police, where we're going around cracking down on people because their grass is a half an inch too high. But by the same token, I want to make sure that if code's observing something that is detrimental in the neighborhood, they feel comfortable stopping, reaching out, and doing what needs to be done to try and bring those properties into compliance. And again, as you know, our goal is never about the fine. Our goal is always about compliance. It's about getting people not to be, a noxious neighbor. So At some point in the future, I'd like us to have a discussion about this at a future workshop, if that's
Well, I don't.
acceptable.
You say it was a policy of the commission. I don't really recall.
I think it's been the policy going back for multiple commissions, and I just don't think it's ever changed. This was an articulated policy going back many commissions
ago. Okay.
Right, and it's simply just become embedded in the culture and practice of the organization, and until such time as we revisit it, it will continue to stand. So, I just think we need to have a conversation about it, because I know some of my neighborhoods are experiencing problems and would like code to be a little bit more proactive. So just something, again, like I said, I'd love to have a discussion about it. I don't want any decisions or answers or anything else. I think it merits a conversation.
Greg,
Thank you.
Greg, did you want to say something?
So yeah, certainly we can bring that back, but also want to advise that per new legislation recent, as early as I think 2 years ago, we have to like document who calls it in and so on. But if there is something visible and
Right.
clearly, to plain view, we certainly will take action on that.
Right, and that's what I'm looking for. And what I've been given to understand is that they're not necessarily addressing things that are visible and in plain view as they drive down the street. And again, it's because that they have an understanding that proactive enforcement is not what the commission wants. So again, let's talk about it.
We could bring that topic up.
Okay. Commissioner Glassman, you're welcome.
Yes,
Commissioner
thank you,
Glassman.
Mayor. I wanted to concur with what Commissioner Herbst said about the homeless issue. I had mentioned that earlier when we had our meeting with the Budget Advisory Board, because it really is pervasive throughout the city, not even just downtown, not even just District 1. But as I said earlier in the day, it is something that I hear all of the time, and we really have to do a better job with that. So I just wanted to concur with that, and hopefully we will see much more aggressive action taken with that. Thank you. Just want to mention that June is National Gun Safety and Violence Prevention Month. Thank you for folks that are bringing that to everyone's attention throughout this month. Wednesday, June 7th, we had the Victoria Park Civic Association meeting. Tuesday, June 13th, the International Swimming Hall of Fame Board met. Wednesday, June 14th, I had the pleasure of speaking at the Sailboat Bend Civic Association meeting. We had great discussion, and I want to thank staff for coming out that night from Public Works and also DSD. On Friday, June 16th, I had a really wonderful afternoon. City manager joined me. Actually, it was the morning at the Hilton Fort Lauderdale Beach, where we actually gave recognition and appreciation to our ocean rescue lifeguard crew. Those folks do a great job day in, day out. Since 1926. And I told those young kids they certainly did not look 97 years old, but they've been doing an amazing job all those years. What a great crew, and that was a really nice way to show our appreciation for those folks. Wednesday, June 21, I'm going to be participating with the business community in and around Himashi. If you remember, during our goal-setting workshop, I did bring up the issue of our entertainment districts, in particular Himashi Street, Himashi Historic District, and I will be meeting with all of the stakeholders there to see what we can do to get on track and bring that street and that district back to what it used to be. It's going to be more important than ever now with all of the development in and around Broward Boulevard, our entertainment district with the Broward Center, Museum of Discovery and Science. We have got to clean up that street in that area. I'll also be attending that day the Flagler Village Pump Station groundbreaking, joining the mayor for that. And that evening is also the Flagler Village Civic Association meeting. Thursday, June 22nd, FDOT is holding virtual meeting for Gateway and US 1 Sunrise Boulevard. That night, I will also be speaking at the Las Olas Beach Club. My apologies to the Central Beach Alliance, but the Las Olas Beach Club nabbed me and the city manager in advance of the Central Beach Alliance scheduling a special meeting.
What day is that?
That is Thursday, June 22nd. That's this Thursday. Okay. Monday, June 26th, I will be speaking at the Central City Alliance membership meeting. Tuesday, June 27th, South Middle River Civic Association meets. Wednesday, June 28th, the Middle River Terrace Neighborhood Association meets. Thursday, June 29th, we have the police headquarters groundbreaking. Long time coming, and I'm sure we're all going to look forward to that. That day, I also have the District 2 Neighborhood Association President's Roundtable in the afternoon. Sunday, July 2nd in Esplanade Park is the We the People National Rally and March beginning at 10 a.m. I think that might be attracting thousands of people actually to our downtown. And finally, I just wanted to ask.
What is the nature of that
the We the
gathering?
People National Rally? It's
Yeah.
I think it's being billed as a Stop the Hate campaign against legislation that's been enacted in the Florida legislature this year and stuff that's cropping up around the country.
And where is that going to be held?
Esplanade Park at 10 a.m. I can't remember what. Oh, wait a second. I can tell you what the website is, and you can get all the. There was a full-page ad in the Sun Sentinel the other day. WTPmarch.org. Again, that's WTPmarch.org. And as I said, there was a full-page ad in the Sun Sentinel.
And so, are we prepared for that demonstration in terms of police and so forth? I mean, people
That
just
is
like
a-
to show up on our streets and have demonstrations, you know.
So we follow process, and that is one of the items tonight that you will approve, and staff has reviewed and will provide the ample support it needs.
Yes, I believe there are more than 50 organizations participating in that day. Everything from, I mean, they just list a few of them here, but everything from Anti-Defamation League, National Urban League, ACLU. It's a rather large, extensive group. Again, all of that information is on the website. And I did ask the city manager yesterday if we were prepared for what should be a very interesting day at Esplanade Park. And then, city manager, where are we with the city attorney search? Are we going to get an update on that one of these days, or how are we doing?
So regarding the city attorney search, the search began on May 31st. A brochure was made to revise all of the feedback from the Citizens Committee. And right now the position is advertised and actively being recruited by Mercer Group. The first review of applications will be on June 30th. And granted that we receive qualified candidates, and if not enough applicants have received, Mercer will continue until July 14th, and thereafter provide the list to the Citizens Committee to consider, and we hope to have those applicants as well available to you all. So the process is being followed.
So what do you see as our timeline in terms of a decision being made by this commission to hire a city attorney?
Because of the explicit process that is taking place, we feel that by the time you all return from break, that would be prudent time to have the candidates finalized for selection.
August 15th.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, Commissioner Sturman.
Great news. I only have one question. Is Susan Grant, could you come on up? One quick question.
Susie?
Susan, that's her name, right?
Susan, yes.
Susan Grant. Quick question. I think that you can answer this. This is something left off from this morning. I just have one quick question. Two things. How does our water rate compare to other cities now? And the second part is, how will our water rate compare to other cities in 10 years?
So part of that long-term financial presentation that Laura made, pages 16, 17, and 18 of that exhibit had what the comparison is to the current rates with a lot of comparison cities. Where will it compare going forward? A lot of cities update as part of their budget process, so we don't have those comparisons now. Typically, right after the budget process, we'll update those slides and have that for you.
Well, the big concern was, the rate increases in the future, but if all the other cities are going to be also increasing, we're still going to be, I guess, lack of a better word, competitive with other cities still 10 years from now, I would imagine.
Yeah, and a lot of cities I know are, doing what we're doing now as far as building water plants. And so, again, that just comes with some rate increases that are a little larger than what you would see normally. But we'll update those slides, but you have right where we are currently with that. And then on the low end, we're on the low end. At about 5,000 gallons, we're in the middle. I think at 10,000 gallons, we're getting closer to the top of those comparisons. And that has to do with the rate structure that we have. Everyone's is a little bit different as far as where their tiers fall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm done.
Commissioner, one thing I'd add to that is, that new PFAS standard came out. A lot of the older plants are going to have to upgrade, retrofit, or replace going forward. So just like we had our older plants, as these new regulations come into play, you're going to find in the next decade that many of these facilities are going to have to undergo significant upgrades in order to be compliant with, with federal law.
And that was my thought. I mean, people are going to complain in a couple years, but when they start looking at other cities, they're going to see that everybody else is going to start to go up also.
That's
so,
the point.
Right.
At a point in time, perhaps we are going to look higher, but these other cities are going to have to start doing what we're doing and either retrofitting or rebuilding a lot of their infrastructure. So I'm happy to see that we're trying to get ahead of the game here.
Exactly. Thank you.
Okay, I just have a few things I'd like to bring up. It was a fairly busy month attending a number of things. I'm happy to say that the Jim Moran Foundation finally had their groundbreaking on Federal Highway. I believe that's District 1. And it's going to be a beautiful building. It's also going to be a museum. It's really a great addition to what Fort Lauderdale has to offer. Jim Moran being a true pioneer in the automobile industry, and we certainly appreciate the foundation locating in our city. Since June is LGBT Pride Month, there were a number of events that I attended. There was Floatorama on June 10th, which was a very interesting thing. 40 boats of all different sizes and shapes, including the men and women, created a flotilla that ran from the Gallery 1 Hotel on Sunrise Boulevard down to the downtown area, going up the New River. It was a great show of enthusiasm, and a lot of people who were along the route cheered on enthusiastically. There was also the Stonewall Pride reception, as well as the Stonewall Parade this past weekend. The paper indicated that over 40,000 people participated in that event. Also went to the Port 32 ribbon cutting, which is down in District 4. Another marina that's established itself. This is one of a number of different marinas that Port 32 has established throughout the region, and this is a fairly large facility that they've put in our city along Marina Mile. I attended the South Florida Business Journal's Diversity and Inclusion Award and received an award on behalf of the city for its efforts in diversity and inclusion. It was well attended. Over 250 people were there, and from all over the community. It was a great opportunity for the city to shine. And a shout out to our great Florida Panthers for the great season that they performed. Missed the Stanley Cup by this much, but we're so proud of that team. Unfortunately, I have to prance around Fort Lauderdale with the opponent's jersey, which I will do, but I will certainly have some fun with it. That was part of the bet we made with the mayor of Las Vegas. Yes, I will be attending the groundbreaking of the pump station in Flagler Village on June 21st. That's tomorrow. The reason for that is to show our continued interest in infrastructure, and that pump station is going to be integral in making a Flagler Village, which is the most the most dense area of Fort Lauderdale, showing how sustainable and resilient it is when it comes to infrastructure. Tomorrow evening, I'll also be attending the Gateway Interchange Workshop being put on by the Florida Department of Transportation. As some of you may know, at the intersection right in front of the Gateway Cinema, the Florida Department of Transportation is proposing an overpass to bypass the intersection for those cars going north on US 1, and they're looking for community outreach and opinions on that proposal. On June 27th, I'll be a panelist at a forum with the Haitian American Chamber of Commerce. That's at 3472 Northeast 5th Avenue in Oakland Park.
happen to be a part of that. And June 29th, we're finally going to have our police station groundbreaking at 10 a.m. I hope the commission can attend. It's a great opportunity for all of us to show our collective support for our police department. And finally, July 4th, we have our holiday spectacular on the beach, and we're featuring Florida as our special musical guest. So I hope you can all attend, and we're very proud to be able to present such a great musical talent in our city. A couple of items I'd like to bring up. Dr. Zeman, who's our school board representative, actually he's at large throughout the county. He's asked why things seem to be slowing down with regard to our park initiatives and our joint effort to create park facilities on school grounds. We have asked the city Parks and Rec Department to respond because for some reason he seems to think that there's been a slowdown. I don't know if Greg, you have anything to say with regard to that?
Yeah, we did put some information together, and I believe we already responded, but we can share that with the commission as well.
Okay, thank you. Finally, there seems to be some pushback from some of the neighborhood civic associations. Apparently, when we do CIP projects, NCIP projects, there's a question as to who maintains these capital improvements once they're built. Apparently, the agreements all say that the neighborhoods will do it, but the city has consistently been taking the responsibility because it is expensive. I don't know what the policy is going forward, but in particular, Bal Harbor has talked about their guardhouse and their gate needing maintenance, and the city has pushed it back. Maybe at some point we need to have a conversation at conference as to what the policy should be for the city and who should be taking on that financial responsibility. And that's it, folks. I have nothing else. Mr. City Manager, do you have anything you'd like to report on?
Sure. Yes, Mayor. Thank you very much.
I know it's not 11:30 at night. This is when you usually
No, I
give a
have
report.
just a few topics and also a question for direction. So, as the Vice Mayor alluded, in preparation for hurricane season, we see a lot of activity, not only because of hurricanes, but just severe thunderstorms. And so, as such, staff is prepared to start sandbag distribution this Saturday, it's June 24th, from 8 to 3 at the following locations: at Edgewood Floyd Holt Park, at Mills Pond Park, and also at Shirley Smalls Park in near Melrose Manor. So we encourage everyone to pay attention to those notices that will be on different channels, and also we'll share that with the commission so you all can let your respective neighborhoods know. Also, FEMA's deadline is June 27th for any claims that are associated with the April 12th flooding event. So we encourage everyone to make sure that any disaster-related expenses or claims be submitted to disasterassistance.gov. And also, as you mentioned, Mayor, we're very excited about the 4th of July. We have plans underway. Earlier today, we sent out a memo relating to something that we feel that we need to be transparent about. In other words, we have a set budget of $400,000. However, there was an omission in one of our budgeted expenses, which is having a barge. And because of that, we need to increase our budget by $40,000. This is still $4,812 less than last year's expense. And also, we expect to maintain the total budget for the year for events under its approved budgeted amount. So perhaps you have not had a chance to read that memo because it was sent earlier this morning, but I wanted to ask consensus or direction from the commission if you allow us to proceed with the additional expense, and knowing that we will stay within the annual budgeted amount.
Well, we can't not do it because you need to have fireworks on a barge, right? Can't do it on the sand, so I guess we really have no choice, right?
Well, again, we have limited options right now because the event is happening so soon. We are just being very transparent as your request from the commission to be exact and under budget for each city event. So we're being more than usual in transparency, and wanted to share that with you.
Okay, thank you. You're good.
No,
You're good.
All right, thank you.
Mayor, I just want to clarify one thing, in case people were listening. Sunrise, Gateway area, the flyover is just one of about 4 different options. So that's not the only thing that they're doing there. That's just one of several options for.
Okay, I haven't been to the others,
yeah.
so I don't know that.
Yeah.
Okay. Are they considering an underpass?
No. No, a side pass, but that's just one option. I don't want people to think, oh my God, that's the
Am I
overpass
that
or nothing.
predictable, Commissioner?
Yes, very predictable. Thank you.
Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
I have to roll back regarding the events, understanding that there is an increase in the cost of the event and why. But again, when we discuss events on the east side of the city, the whole conversation is completely, oh, matter of fact, it's okay. But whenever we talk about events in District 3, being specific, that are originated in District 3, it's a whole discussion about the why we cannot. And we need to get to the bottom of this, a conference, a workshop, or whatever. But if there is budgeted money for the city events, why is it that specific events are given to me an automatic sign-off regardless of what the amount is, and then other events are nickel and dimed and even canceled because it's been decided that it's not in the budget? For future discussion, thank you.
All right. I personally, I don't know whether we can compare. This is not a District 2 event. This is a citywide event. It's 4th of July.
Exactly, and that's my point. All events are citywide events, and that's something that needs to be relayed and understood for the city. Every event we have is offered to the city. And I've gone over this, I've said it before, and there's been times when there's been attempts to even silence what I'm trying to say. But this cannot continue on. Talking about transparency, let's be transparent. If there is a dollar amount set aside for city events, why is it that certain events get a certain amount of money and then other events get less? Again, let's set up a workshop or an opportunity to discuss this so we can get to the bottom of it, because it's not right. And what the citizens are perceiving is not right. So
right, your point is well taken.
Thank you very much.
I agree. Okay, is there anything further? Okay, this conference meeting is now concluded, and we'll begin. I'm sorry that we've delayed the evening meeting. We need about another 20 minutes before we can resume the evening meeting. What time is it now? It's 6:10, so at 6:30 we'll resume the evening meeting. Thank you.